Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears!
All right, man. Put your chair in the bed. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to an extra sauce episode on this Wednesday night. Good show for you guys that we got planned, man. We're going to talk about everything. Of course, Chicago Bears, some food, some drink, one movie review, and a couple of record reviews. We got a lot to talk about there. And, we got to get into some doomsday survival today, man, because there's some news that I'm pretty sure everybody would like to hear about and discuss, man, because every time it moves, we need to move according to what I see, how I see the world. But hey, welcome on in here as you guys start to fall into the chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. And make sure you subscribe for a second, stop for a minute. Go to Trips' channel at Sports Chicago Style. Make sure you jump on in over there at Kez's channel at Kez Canuck, even though his ass ain't here right now. We're going to still support him. And, of course, make sure you do what you got to do over here on this channel. But yeah, man, we got a bunch to talk about tonight. Should be a fun show. I'm in a little bit better place than I was the last time y'all talked to me Sunday. I was salty about the move with the Indiana stuff, man, and it definitely came through on the screen. Man, I'm in a different place, but I didn't want to do that show. I just wanted to produce that show, but these guys talked me into it, particularly kids, and I went on ahead and did it, and I just got my saltiness out on the air. Hope nobody took that personal because it wasn't. It was just about how I felt about the whole idea of going to Indiana with that C on that helmet, man. I was salty. No doubt about that. I won't deny it. But here we are on Wednesday night. I'm in a better place. A lot more going on since then, man, all across the world and, personally with the Bears. So they are in the middle of another session of OTAs right now. Sounds like it's going good too, man. But let me bounce past this on over to Triple R and see how he's feeling tonight.
Yeah, cool and welcome everybody in. Whichever channel you're tuning in on. Peace to everybody, and hope that even though there are no shovels going in the ground yet, nothing's locked down, that everybody is settled in and excited for whatever the possibilities are, because not to get too deep into it, but no, Matt, you saw that the Chefs extended Mahomie, right?
Oh yeah. 500 million. Yeah, I saw that.
Right. So now, and then other teams like Lamar Jackson, pay their quarterback, Allen up there in Buffalo. So the question is, oh wait, the kids is there in the chat. He's saying he's having system issues. He'll be with y'all in a minute. And by y'all, I think he means us, and by system, I don't know if that means diarrhea or computer. So we'll let him get here to figure that out. But the question I have is, not to get too deep into it, but aside from the salary cap, the McCaskies don't have that operational fund to turn bonuses, into cash. You know what I mean? And that's been one of the detriments about the franchise, mom and pop operation. But as Nomad always says, you got to have some a-holes on your team. And the said, hey, we don't have any a-holes in here. Enter Kevin Warren. And Kevin Warren's that a-hole pissing people off everywhere. But he's getting it done, y'all. So just y'all be patient. Y'all don't worry about it, and just let it happen. It'll be okay. And I'm sure tonight we're going to be talking about some of the mini camp stuff, and that's a reason why going for it that aspect on the gridiron will be okay. So that with all of the other topics and subjects planned, let's rock it.
Hey, by the way, too, man, I'm hearing just checking out different outlets, different people, different legislators talking about this and that, and it sounds like to me it's a good chance because they might not be I don't think they're even back in session until fall, and so like a legislative session, and it sounds like it's moving towards because the Bears have been making calls to Illinois, and different legislators have been feeling them, and they starting to get together. And it sounds like they might call a special session at some point here before the fall.
Yeah, that's crazy because it's been 3 years or 4 years, and now Governor Jelly Belly, is like, oh, well, I guess the NFL team that's the only game in the state possibly leaving the state. Maybe we should do something and possibly prevent that. I could see that. Because it's like, well, the Bears need to, Georgia needed to go to Springfield and work the halls. And I'm sure at Hallis Hall, they was like, what? Get the fuck out of here. We ain't doing that. We are literally the only NFL franchise in your damn state. Not going to kiss your ass.
Man, listen, dude. Listen, let me tell you something. There's one thing I can't take the side of a billionaire. That's not in me. And I take the side of Chicago. And I'm talking about the city. I take the side of Illinois, the state, and I also take the side of the Bears players who I support. But a billionaire, that whole thing, I don't even want to get deep into it, man, because it's got to be some kind of. Now, what I'm hearing lately is they want to try to work some kind of tax break for them, property tax break for them. Also, give us a tax break, which we were talking about the last time we were live, and that makes a lot of sense. So give them a break, give everybody else a break, because I got a bill coming up here in the next month or so that I got to pay. You know what I mean? But that's a whole other thing, man. We ain't gonna get too deep into that.
But speaking about not getting too deep into it, without getting too deep, kids, what kind of system problem did you have? Like internal BIOS or computer?
No, the BIOS are working well. Everything is, that goes in, comes out, and it comes out in a solid state as opposed to a liquid state. So far, so good. But speaking of the state, I just want to remind y'all that the Canadian came up with the idea of, taking a little something from the people and giving something back to the people. So I'm really hoping that is what it looks like.
You ain't no original. That's been discussed before.
Of course, he couldn't admit to me being the original. There's no way he would do it.
It's not original. That's something that's been talked
There's
about.
no way
y'all at
he
least
would
say
do it.
hello before you start bickering like
I wasn't bickering. I was just saying I was trying to give myself a little bit of love.
No promoting shit.
The Canadian need a little bit of love because that's how we do it in Canada. They rob us for every fucking cent we have, but then they tell us, "Hey, guess what? We're gonna give you 5 cents out of the $5 we took from you, and like be happy about it. We gave you some money, right?"
Canadians back a little something.
We go, yeah. They gave us money.
Thank you.
Thank you for stealing from us and giving us back pittance, and we're happy. But I mean, real talk. I thought that was the that's really the only way that you can do something like this. You can't just tell the people, "Hey, look, like we're gonna give the billionaires like a tax break and take money from y'all and rob Peter to pay Paul." You can't just do that. You have to also like make it look like you're paying Paul too. That's how these things work. So I'm glad to hear just a little bit of this is starting to look like maybe the Bears might be in the great state of Illinois the way it should be. It's weird over here, right? Because again, like that whole state and or city thing has nothing to do with football over here for us. You know what I'm saying? So we Canadians tend to just sort of line up where they line up. If you're real close to and like London, London, Ontario, that part of Ontario. If you're real close to Detroit, you kind of wind up being a Lions fan. It's just how it sort of works. If you're a little bit further, proximity does help. If you're further removed, you might be a Buffalo fan because Buffalo is relatively close to the GTA, Toronto. And then outside of that, all bets are off. You could be a fan of whoever you might be a fan of, like yours truly. I'm not really close to Chicago in any capacity, but I'm a Bears fan again because for some strange reason, as I was saying the other day, so much of my childhood just revolved around Chicago. There's something there for me, and that's what it's all about. In any event, my boy was hollering at me. He's a Lions fan. He was also my son's coach many moons ago, and he was just throwing some shots at the fact that he sent me a picture today, and it was funny of an AI generated Madden cover with Caleb Williams on the back, like throwing it back, or on the front throwing it back. Right, that was like the picture. And he was like, ha, ha, this is the new Madden cover. And I was like, oh, okay. But look, you're going to be staring at Caleb's butt, and that's about the only thing you'll be seeing with respect to, the playoffs. You won't be seeing the playoffs. You'll be seeing Caleb's butt. You won't be seeing the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be staring at Caleb's butt. So that's where it is. He goes, well, but Illinois won't be seeing none of that either. And I was like, oh, damn, you might be right. I got nothing for you. And then I kind of heard that they're trying to move heaven and earth now because they look dumb to save, to save the Chicago Bears and keep them back in the great state of Illinois. So fingers crossed to all y'all. Shout out Sarah, thanks for coming through. And we'll see how this all shakes out as we go.
All right, man. Look, let's get personal real quick.
Is Indiana closer to me? I don't know.
Kid, shuffle us around, man. Let's get our normal order just because.
All right. Sorry, Trip.
I mean, it's okay, Trips being there, but it's just.
No, he don't like you next to him, man. He's worried about you staring at his feet.
No, I smell his. That's the problem. No, but hey, what's been going on this week, Kez, man? Tell me about it.
Man, I don't even want to tell you, man.
This is what we do, man. This is out there.
I know. I'm trying to. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna leave certain things in the hopper. But right now I'm a little disappointed with the corporate side of things for me, man, because basically I got emailed a couple hours ago, right toward it might have been 5:25. You know what I mean? Like work's done and you're signing off, you ain't paying attention. I got an email that just kind of came in. It was like, whoops, we paid you too much, so we gonna take some money from you over the course of the next 6 months. See ya. And it was just like,
have a nice day.
Have a nice day. It came out of nowhere, and I was like, what? So you're telling me y'all screwed up, and I gotta deal? Like I gotta pay the piper for this? I don't have money. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how is it I gotta pay for this? How about the business says, man,
right?
We screwed up. It was our fault. We gonna just like eat this. It's an unfortunate reality.
You enjoy that, kids. That was our bad.
That was our bad. We screwed up. If it was me who screwed up, I would have been like, hey, I understand that you're taking this thing from me. It was, I messed up, man. You should take this from me because it was my fault.
Well, Crimson wants to know, you didn't notice that you was getting more than you should have been?
What, bro? When the money hits the bank, we spend it. There's a whole.
So you don't do time sheets, or
there's a whole 2 Chainz song about this. I'm sorry.
But don't you got to put in like your hours or your commission?
No, this is a commission thing. I don't do the commission calculations or send out the commission's checks. So the checks that come to me when they show up, I go, damn, that's a nice looking check.
So it don't give you like a breakdown. It's like, this percentage came from that and that from that.
Sure, and it looked good to me when it came in, but they saying they messed up, and it's all their fault. And you know what else they said to me? And I was like, man, I should really respond with some primeval, but it's 5:30. I'm just gonna go get some.
Damn well you're supposed to eat, shit, quit. That's it.
Yeah, something like that, man. That sounds about right to me right now, because they said, we screwed up, but we gonna send you $100 gift certificate to make up for it.
Gift certificate to what?
I don't know what kind of gifts I'm supposed to be getting, because the robbery of $200 a month for the next 6 months don't add up to $100 gift certificate.
Wait, so they we fucked up and overpaid you $1,200, but here's this gift certificate for some soft serve down the street.
So remember what I was saying about remember I was saying about the Canadians and how they take money from you and give you like a little bit to make, yeah. So this is exactly the same thing on another grander scale, except this is my employer doing it. So shout out to my employer. Thank you very much for stealing money from out your employee's pocket.
Dog, I saw some news. It got a little bit separate from what you're talking about, corporate America. It's corporate America, but and I know it's always been going on, but the level of let's just say fake credentialing going on in corporate America right now is at an evil level. Like India is just now opening. They did an audit and basically busting America out, basically showing how many fake, degrees for doctors, lawyers, and accountants, and all kinds of different people that they've given out fake credentials. They're making official looking credentials for people to get money.
Time out now. So are you trying to tell me that Indian people are scamming us?
Well, I mean, they ain't scamming. The actual people that are using that Indian,
Did you know that birds fly?
I mean, come on, man. Like I can think of some people just thinking about it right now. I'm knowing damn well you ain't got no fucking degree.
I'm sorry, Indian folks. I got a little Indian blood in me too, and I have been known in the past to potentially participate in some level Indian bag. But I am not surprised by this for a minute. There are quasi universities, which aren't universities at all. They're just places where you can send a couple of bucks to, that will print you some stuff that looks legit, and when they call, they will say it's legit. There's a whole system to this, because you send me some money, so like I'll back it. You know what I'm saying? I'll answer the phone. I got a call center set up in my basement. You know what I'm saying? Like this is how this stuff actually works. So when you get those credentialed people over here doing stuff, it's wild. Like the flip side of all this is that some of the legit folks, and I mean like, and I'm not even talking Indian specific, I'm talking like Africans. I've sat beside some Africans, but the first job I ever had, I'm working at a call center at the time, and I'm sitting beside this African gentleman, and he looked over at me. He said, "So, I'm 50. What do you think I've been doing for the last 25 years, 30 years?" I was like, "I don't know, sir. You've been selling. You've been, you like, we're at a call center. You could have been doing anything." He says, "I'm a licensed and trained doctor. I've been a physician for 30 years. I was like, "Doc, you're working at a call center, bro. You know what I mean? Like you're clearly in the wrong place." And this is when I was 20, right? It's like, yes, I am in the wrong place. I decided to come to America. I came to North America, and they refused to accept any of my credentials. Like, oh, it's non-transferable. It's non-transferable. I got to work here and hustle and bust my ass just like you. So sometimes those credentials just don't fly or come over at all. So it really depends on what we're talking about.
If those don't transfer.
Yeah, if we're talking about like IT stuff, A+, MCSE, like those regular certifications that you can get, they can fudge the hell out of those, and there's really no way to trace it outside of calling the number on that certificate. And yeah, they have it set up so a dude will answer the phone.
Hello, how may I help you?
It's a man, and people wonder why so many people who are dumb as a bag of hair running around with high paying jobs, good lives as far as finances go. And
no, maybe JC.
It's a lot of people. I mean, there's a lot of people I've run into that I know ain't really credentialed, but somehow they got them. And Just then you keep going in life. I just keep going to the next thing. In fact, one time I was in an interview with a job that technically I'm underqualified for, but super qualified for, but didn't have the credentials to back me up. And during that interview, I remember this is probably about 12 years ago. And I can remember the person that was interviewing me that liked me so much realized that I didn't have the credentials. And he was just kind of hinting to me like, hey, can't you figure out a way to, make that happen? I mean, he was trying to say that, but without directly telling me to do that. And I'm just like, at the time, I'm just like, fuck are you talking about? You got him or you don't. I can't make that happen. Fuck you. Who you think I am? You know what I mean? But there's a whole underworld of that going on, obviously, that I just wasn't aware of. You know what I mean? It's just how it was. But man, if I had to do over again, I don't think I would do it. I don't think I would because there's some kind of fraud involved in that. You can get in some serious trouble about it. So I wouldn't do it.
You could you though? What's the worst that's going to happen?
Well, you got to look at some of the legislation here. I don't know what would happen to you in Canada, but here I'm sure there's some fraud tied to that.
Man, I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, again, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, hey, you're foolish. You know what? We're gonna let you go. You're fired, and you walk off into the deuces. You walk off into the sunset. The upside is, for at least some period of time, you're probably making a take that you likely weren't going to make if you did not have those credentials, right? That were fudged. So I don't know. Yeah, fair enough, Cribs. Like I don't know, man. I don't know whether I'm a semi moral individual when it comes to things like this. I try not to BS folks. I try to keep things a buck. And I'll tell you right now, if I had fudged some credentials over the course of my career, I could be making a lot of money. I'm just saying that right now. Yeah, I bet you.
Definitely pull some shit.
Yeah,
because the most official thing I remember having to do was when you had to prove your graduation, by getting the official transcripts, notarized and such with a little stamp on there from the school. And it's like, well, how do you fake that? You buy a stamp and you buy a paper imprinter and put your made up school name on it. You get the documentation. You go, ooh, now it's official. And that was the only verification. It wasn't like the employer contacted the school. They just
look real, don't
it? The notified transcripts.
It's not like
notary.
It's not like I don't think you like your average person would never, especially if you're actually qualified to do the job like I was. Like so long as I was tearing that job apart, nobody would have gave a F. But the minute somebody saw me the wrong way or I rubbed somebody the wrong way, then things like that, the Pandora's box gets to open up a little bit.
You see, like, and so you and I argue all the time, but this is one of those times where, like, straight up, I'm the same as you. Like, I would just expect that somebody would, you know what? Let me go look at his credentials and pull some files and try and figure things out. The reality is, this never happens, and that's why this works. Nobody actually, like, in the realm of give a fuck, nobody gives a fuck.
And the agencies that are contracted to do the background checks, they do the drug test, the urinalysis, they do the fingerprinting and your background check, they do the credit checks, but they don't really do any in-depth verification of your documentation. Maybe a phone call, but you put the numbers on there for them to call, or you put the name of the place, Vanderlei Enterprises, if you will.
Oh, Art Vanderlei.
You know what I mean? I went there. So I mean, it's just what isn't fraud could be fraud.
You like that? No man, the other side of this.
That's a good one. Man.
Just put down you're the CEO of a Blockbuster. They can't prove you wrong. You know what I mean?
No, they will be none the wiser. And all this stuff
I
came so
ran the
saying,
kid.
Kev, what you're saying is normally there's no administrative forensics going on ever.
ever.
You got to piss
Right?
somebody off for any of that to happen.
Because I used to run the electronics department at Circuit City.
Now you know what? Now I take that back now, because it depending on who you're working for and what kind of add-ons they have to their corporate management, they can put AI on your ass.
Well, now it's a little bit like that's a little bit of a different thing. So like when this all came to a head for me,
What up, Benji?
it was with it was the first time this type of stuff came up for me was driving school. So I had taken a driving course when I was a young buck, got my license, and off I went to do my thing. Part of the deal here in Ontario, when you do driving school, you get a certificate. It is everything that Triple R just described. It's a piece of paper with a stamp and somebody signed it. It looks legit, but that's as far as it goes. There's no actual record of this thing anywhere else on the planet Earth. So I get this thing, I go in to get my license, and when you go to get your insurance, you need to bring this certificate with you, and you get a discount, and they give you a pretty significant discount. So I brought it in, I got my discount. I wind up changing insurance companies, and at this point, I'd moved out of my house. I don't have any idea where this effing certificate is. Like, God only knows where this piece of paper went. So I go back to this new insurance company. I'm like, hey, look, I want my discount for doing driving school. I qualify for like a 15 or 20% discount. And it says it right here. And they're like, okay, so like, sir, do you have your certificate on you? I'm like, what? I'm supposed to be like walking around with this thing? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just, how, like, where am I supposed to get this? Is there no like records? Don't you guys have like a record? And she was like, who's you guys? No, nobody has any sort of record of any of this. So either you have the certificate and you get the 20% off for the rest of your life, or you don't have the certificate and you lose out on the 20%. So I've been pissed off for about 25 years after realizing that I spent a bunch of money on driving school to get a discount that I'm never going to get.
That's all right. That ain't the worst thing in the world. Trips, how about you, man? How's your week, man?
It was cool. I was kind of proud of myself because I did some MacGyvering. Nice. My armrests here on my office chair, they're kind of low, right? So previously I got these little 1.5-inch pad things that you Velcro around your armrest that elevates your,
I know what you're talking about. Those are dope, actually. Yeah.
But after a while, they slide, they move. So, duct tape. Them some bitches ain't moving. But universal. I decided, still
that's
not
that
high
red
enough.
Green. Y'all know about red green? That's that red green, y'all.
That who?
See, y'all don't know about no red green. All right, it's cool. Keep going.
Right.
This is just an old man who has a TV show basically where he duct tapes everything. Like the whole TV show is based around him broken stuff. He's just an old white man in his yard, and he'll find some broken stuff and he will repair it like a lawnmower. Duct tape. Back in business.
There you go. Yeah, duct tape is a beautiful thing. But anyways, I wanted to raise the height a little bit more, so when I'm sitting here in the chair, my arms are higher, because the armrests are still too low. And so it's like, what else can I use? Because this is a very specific size, the width of an armrest and that little length. So it's like some styrofoam or no. Hey, then I came up with something.
Okay.
Swimming pool noodle.
Brilliant.
Cut it the same length and then duct tape it to the armrest. And then, or what I was thinking about doing also, I'm going to get the noodles tomorrow, but double the noodle and tape those together and then tape it to the armrest. So now I got
so kind of arms like this all day.
You should have split them open. Should have split them open first.
Well, I mean, I still can because I got other noodles that I'm using for other things that I don't want to cut or destroy. But yeah, that's a good idea. Split it open and check that width and check that height. But I may
Way to
split them
use your
open.
noodle trip. Huh?
I see what you did there.
There you go.
No, but that was Nomad using his noodle because you split it open and then maybe leave one rounded because that push up, elevates it a little bit. But yeah, so it's just like, because it makes it more comfortable when you're sitting here and you're typing or you're coding or whatever. And then it's like I got the plantar not plantar fascia, but the wrist thing where you got your little arm rest thing and you can rest your elbow in it. What do you call that wrist? Corporal tunnel.
Yeah,
I got one of these things. So it's like, so I was just kind of proud of my my rigging up my red and green activities.
Well played. I appreciate it.
I can see. I'm just picturing what you can do with that. That if you open that noodle up and stack them, it's definitely gonna catch your arms in a better way.
Yeah, because right here, what I'm gonna do is hold on, I'll show you. Because I got these noodles right here, which is the same size. But yeah, when it's round like that, that provides good cushion, bounces it back up. But if you cut it open, obviously it's half the size, so you can cut it open and double it, if you will. Mm-hmm. And then, nice, soft, cushiony rest for the arm.
It'll catch your arm a whole lot better. It'll catch more width of your arm.
Mm-hmm. So it's like even, cut out to the, what the length of the rest is this long. So you cut that much, then cut that in half and double it up or triple it up if necessary. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Getting the MacGyver on, kids.
See? Now you're thinking, using that noodle.
That's cool, man. I bet you them shits cost penny on a dollar when you order them, didn't they?
Actually, you walk in the Dollar General and they sit right outside by the shopping carts. They got a big box of them, $1 a piece.
No kidding. Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Well played. Oh, and multicolored too.
Mm-hmm. Kids, I had a girlfriend that had, she couple little girls, man. And like she not only did she give them a whole lot, their father gave them a whole lot, I bought them a whole lot of shit. And the simple toys like that, that's the shit they want to play with.
And it won't break. They beat the shit out of each other with it.
Windy P4K, man, with the chat of the day so far. Y'all gonna get banned playing with your noodle live on here.
Hey, settle down. Hey now.
I got a little something to tell y'all, man. So I got a homie. He's out west, and he's been having the food truck shit going on for a while out there, and he's trying to, and I'm trying to talk him out of doing it for all kinds of reasons.
Why?
Economic reasons. Now, listen, I'm about to tell you, man.
Okay.
Got a food truck, and he's put it up for sale.
Oh, okay.
I told him take that shit down, and he's trying to get a brick and mortar.
Oh no, you don't want to do that.
Now you see where I'm going right now.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm with it, man. I'm with you.
And he's fighting me, and he's always fought me, and every time it's like basically like me and kids all the time, just can't agree on shit. Even when somebody's giving you some good sound advice and having a little bit of information to frame what he's trying to tell you, he's just got his mind set on it because he's been thinking about it that long, and he's being thick-headed right now. He's being very thick-headed, and I'm just like, man, it's just not a sound move right now, man. It's just not.
You're probably giving him the economy conversation, and even
I mean,
did you offer him a compromise?
What's a compromise?
Keep the goddamn food truck and get another one?
No, the compromise is instead of buying a restaurant, a location, brick and mortar, you buy a vacant lot, you keep the food truck, and on the location you keep like a shed with tables and chairs, umbrellas, tents and shit. Okay. And then you have your truck still able to go mobile for catering events or sports events or other places, but you have a solid location that people know you'll be at for whatever specified hours.
Well, it's barbecue, Crimson. He asked what kind of grub. He's doing barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man. Right now,
Not to cut you off again, but there is a place, local place that's not a restaurant and it's not a food truck. It is actually a smoker, cooker, barbecue grill that they pull behind a trailer, and they
I have one.
they cook barbecue in the morning, and they go to pop-up locations, but they're at the same location pretty much every time, and they're open from 10 o'clock till the food is gone.
Mhm.
And then they hook the trailer up and go home. So they don't have a food truck or a brick and mortar location, but they're still doing it.
So what's his major malfunction? Was he thinking about doing this? Like, is the food truck not profitable? Is it not working out? Or
So he's hooked up with a guy that's got a little bit more going on than he does, and there's Chicago people out in Arizona bringing Chicago to Arizona. So imagine that,
Okay.
chicken and ribs and all this kind of stuff. And the other guy's moving in the right direction, but he's got some shit going on. I ain't even gonna mention that on air. But I told him, I said, man, slow down, dog. I know what you're trying to do. And I know you've been thinking about it your whole life and you finally want to execute it. But I just don't think right now is the best time. And I tried to tell him why. They got a couple things going on. They got this shit called ghost kitchening. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that. They got that shit going on. Plus,
Well, hold on, no, Matt. Real quick, kids. A ghost kitchen is basically a place that has kitchen stalls, and then you can go in and say, "Hey, this is my kitchen because I cook this meal," and you can prepare your dishes without having a kitchen yourself. You rent these places.
you know what? I know exactly what you're talking about. And I walked in. I walked into one here in town, and that's where I was gonna go. Like, anyways, I walked into this. It's a convenience store, but in like the back corner, it's a ghost kitchen. Like, it's not. I was about to call it a restaurant. It's not a restaurant. It's just a kitchen, and the homie chefs up at this little spot in this convenience store. But and this is hopefully what this guy has going on. Uber Eats, man. You don't really need to have a location to sit down. You could, just along the lines of what Trips was saying, you could have just like a little spot where you can, a little picnic table with a canopy and you sit down and do your thing. But like Uber Eats is gonna come pick up that stuff or skip the dishes or whatever it is out there. Guys will come order and buy your stuff and take it with them. And that is almost so much better than having a whole restaurant environment that now you got to pay servers and maintain and manage that location and pay that additional rent. It's crazy.
Well, Crimson's saying he thought a ghost kitchen was a major corporate restaurant operating a different name on a delivery service.
That happens too.
Yeah, I think that's a different terminology, maybe.
No, I think that would also it would also work as a ghost kitchen too, like a same general term. I've seen the exact same thing, and it was one major restaurant. I can't remember which one it was, but they do not specialize in chicken, and underneath they have like a sub restaurant that just does chicken in the same restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and it's just for delivery only. You can only order it through Uber Eats.
Yeah, well, along those, because the one I went to was in Vegas, and it was like a vegetarian spot, like an African spot, and it was pick up or delivery only. And outside, it didn't look like a restaurant. Didn't have any restaurant names. It just had an address, and it was like XYZ Kitchen. And then you go in, and there's just different stalls, kind of like the food court at a mall, but they all rented those spots. And so if they decide they didn't want to rent anymore, they would move out, and they would, somebody else would just rent that kitchen. So they were just kitchens. with no particular owners.
Well, let me tell you guys something I learned when I was in Atlanta. This is before I got any kind of social media experience at all, but I ran into somebody that was real savvy with it. And I went and she talked me into going to this festival. And it was like a festival over in Alpharetta, Georgia, where they basically everybody around the city came around to, basically serve what they brought to the table. I was bringing barbecue and a certain kind of barbecue. I did chopped beef instead of chopped pork, chopped barbecue beef sandwiches. And I did hamburgers. And I think maybe one more thing, but I won best entree. She said, if you show up well here, so you go to that place, you pay to get involved. It's basically you pay to play.
Mm-hmm.
Pay, you get your shit lined up, you get your little area, and people come, they buy tickets, and they come get your food. Man, I got rid of those burgers and that beef so fast, man. And she was like, if you do well here, I'm gonna show you how you can really trip this out. But you're gonna have to get yourself a pool trailer. So I didn't have to buy a food truck. I bought a smoker on wheels. And that's what I did. I did well, won the best entree, and she basically set me up on social media, just like this. They do this now. It's like, hey, he's gonna be in Buckhead from
Pop up.
this, yeah, just and you're gonna sell everything. You're gonna sell everything. So I'm telling him, I'm trying to impart that wisdom to him, but he's just
Is
tired.
food good?
I mean, I know what it was when he was here. That's all I can speak for. I never had his food out there.
I mean, but does he have a following? Do people like it down there?
I don't know.
Uh,
I can't give you anything concrete, man. All I know is what he tells me, and sometimes you can get a little fluff from your homeboy, But that's what I try to tell him. I try to part that on him. You just got to move around, get somebody social media savvy to help set you up, give you dates, give you times, and boom, people will show up, and you ain't got to spend all that time, sitting somewhere for 8 to 12 hours trying to make your money. You're gonna make your money in a shitstorm.
But I was in Portland, Oregon, and they had a setup to where it was a vacant lot. Unlike like in Chicago downtown, they would have lunchtime, food trucks lined up, along the street in front of the skyscrapers and shit. But out there in Portland, they had a lot, and basically somebody owned the lot, and they would lease out spots like a ghost kitchen, but the spots were for food trucks. And so you could go to this, this lot and go like in a food court mall, but go from food truck to food truck to food truck to decide what you want. And they would lease those spots, and they would go home at night, or they would leave them there, depending on, whatever deal they got. But it was a variety of trucks that could come and go, different restaurants, but it was in a set location. And the owner of the property, all he had to do was lease out spots. He didn't own no food trucks. He didn't own no restaurants, but he made his money off of that kind of deal.
I made my first money in a situation very similar to that, because when I was I went from Stone Mountain to Marietta to Ackworth. By the time I got to Ackworth, first thing I did when I first got out there was get with a lot owner that had a big space in his lot, and I'm just like, hey man, I can probably come out here and generate a whole bunch more money by just being out there cooking. And he's like, oh yeah, and what you cook? I was like, I'll bring it to you. I'll cook it and bring it to you. So I just went and pretty much put everything on the menu. And I learned that the smaller you can make your menu, the better. The better. I mean, you make about 4 or 5 things and make it really simple and good. That's all you need, man. And instead of making all these complicated, fancy ass dishes, I wanted to make my shit so that, whoever, if I wasn't there that day, somebody can step in and it's kind of foolproof. So that's what I was thinking the whole time.
Have you heard of? I don't remember the name of it, and I really haven't seen another place like it. But in what was it Uptown? No, it wasn't Uptown. It's further on Broadway and like north of Diversity. There was this. I think I mentioned it before. It's a soup shop, and all they sold was soup. But every day it would change, depending on the ingredients they got. They kept the staples like your chicken noodle and your vegetable and your tomato, but they would have a lobster bisque or a potato soup or a mushroom soup or a wild rice thing or a chicken thing. But every day you could have soup, but different. And they would come in either, cups or like, little half-gallon tubs. But that's a restaurant that has a specific menu, but it changes all the time.
That you know what, Trips, that something like that that's a great thought. Here's the thing. You have to get somewhere, like I was specific about where we moved to in Ackworth. I wanted to move by an industrial district so that, if I do pull up somewhere.
Lunchtime, you're making paper.
Exactly. And I ended up doing it. I started in that lot. I ended up doing it from the home. It started off in that lot for a few months, and I ended up doing it from the house and delivering to myself and whoever I can get to deliver to those companies and those industries. Boom! At lunchtime, I made a lot of money. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? At dinner time, a lot of times I made a lot of money, but that's what I would do. You get yourself situated where it's going to be hungry people. The better off you're going to be, and a lot of hungry.
Every day at lunchtime, man. Like that's your boy is in a situation where, like, my simple suggestion, and I think Tripp said it already, go get another truck. If you really want to expand and do better at what you're doing, go get another truck. Keep your menu and branding together. Advertise on social media. Get some IG going on, some Instagram going on, talking about, and TikTok talking about your food and what it tastes like and what it looks like, and invite some local foodie influencers to come by, taste your food. Again, put your stuff on blast, give them the food, the
and another thing is, like Crimson is saying here in the chat, keep the menu simple, 5 entrees, 3 sides, a daily special. And then, like, for your desserts, if you're not a baker or a sweet maker, you contract with a local baker, who makes little cakes. Because remember, you go to Harold's or something like that, and it's like, oh yeah, give me a slice of that pound cake, or that that sweet potato pie, or or the German chocolate cake. And people at their homes, bake cakes, and they slice off a big hunk. And you sell that hunk for $3.75 or something, individually. And now you have,
$10 in Canada.
You got sides, you got a dessert. No, that's some hood stuff right there.
Yeah,
some caramel cake, because they got it stacked up in the barbecue places, and it's like, yeah. And then now you got some desserts too for those with a little sweet tooth, and it's something that he doesn't have to make or purchase. You just say, hey, Miss Mabel, you want to sell your cakes in my truck? All right. I'll take a percentage. I'll give you the rest. Cool.
How big up is the food truck game out in y'all neck of the woods?
It's pretty tough at this time of the year.
Yeah. Okay.
It's out here that they're like the softball courts, not courts, but fields, the little league fields, the soccer fields. Always food trucks pulling up. It used to be just ice cream trucks, but now it's actual food trucks.
Yes. Especially this time of year, man. Yeah, you can make a good amount of money, man. People are always moving around the city, and people stop and eat. People just it's a good place to really, really you can make enough money in the summertime, in the spring and summer, and in the fall, to where you can chill for a couple months in the winter, 2-3 months in the winter, and get back to it.
Well, look at Crimson.
They're crazy here, man.
Look at Crimson. Not that one. He works at a robotics company filled with hundreds of well-paid engineers. They're paying $20+ for a mid burger every day. He wants to buy a truck, pull it into the parking lot for 3 hours, and clean up. Those are called roach coaches. Are y'all familiar with the roach coach kids?
Oh yeah, everybody
I've seen
ate from one around.
8 million of them around here, but the food truck game in general in Canada is it's rampant, it's wild, and you get some of the best food out them trucks. I wish I was lying to you, man.
You ain't not lying, man. But I just love the hustle. I just love the hustle, man. And anybody that can hustle and then your food's good, and you gotta inspect where you're getting your shit from.
Yeah, hope it's above board and healthy.
Yeah, I mean, but if he got to the streets, if he got to the street, that means he cleared some kind of bar.
Health inspectors.
Yeah.
Not just a certificate that you made up and stamped at the crib and hung up in your shit. An actual health inspection.
He cleared a bar somewhere.
Yeah, so many ways to skin that, man. You rent a little parking spot and just do it out there because you're renting the spot. You cut a deal with somebody, promise that you're gonna buy the fare from them.
But who's the hot nightclubs or spots? Contract with them. I'll park outside your spot every night.
I feed your whole crew too. Dirty
because
cheap.
That's another market is the bar crowd. The 2 a.m. crowd. Everybody's a little intoxicated.
Man,
do you want that grease in your body?
A lot of bullshit too.
Well, yeah, but that's dealing with that crowd, but they will spend on some grease.
Well, ain't nobody really messing with you really in your in your truck. I never seen it. That's the one thing I've never seen go down.
Guess what, kid? When shit go down, you ain't really safe nowhere.
No, I guess not. No.
Well, yeah, but that's when shit goes down.
Yeah. You better be ready.
You better be ready.
Where does shit go down? I've seen some stuff. I've seen some stuff, man, out there in the wild like that. I've seen some stuff, bro. It could pop off. But anyway, just trying to convince him, man. Like I'm not saying give it up, give that hope and dream up. I'm saying just put it on pause, cuz for a minute. So let this shit clear out. Let this smoke clear. You're doing it at the exact wrong time. Some of the stuff we're gonna talk about on Doomsday Survival is gonna meet out what I'm talking about here. But it's reasons for what I was telling him. I didn't tell him. And I think I know that he knows me well enough to be like, I'm trying to poo-poo on his progress. He knows that. He knows I'm not that dude.
That's not what you're trying to do, though.
He knows that. I mean, at one point in time in our relationship, we was both kind of naive and, really egocentric. And we probably would have thought that if it was me on the other side of it, I'd probably be like, man, get your hating ass on someone with that bullshit. But he knows I'm coming from a good place. He knows that. I wouldn't say nothing to him if it wasn't from a good place.
Like I say, I applaud you on this one for sure, because straight up and down, if you're investing in real estate is crazy. If we're talking like commercial, because unless you're buying that location, which I don't suggest that you do, you're paying somebody big rent for that commercial location, man. So it's better you're better off in a truck. At least you own the truck, it's yours, and you can sell it and get your money back.
All right. I had a couple hot topics for y'all, man. I wanted to just quiz y'all real quick, but we can either do that. I'm telling you, I think y'all will enjoy these questions, but we can get right to the drinks and the food if y'all want to.
Or we can hold the drinks, until next week and do the questions now. Because
let's do the questions.
I like hot topics.
Me too. Yeah.
All right, kids. I'm gonna do the question now.
Okay.
Hey, man. You fix your goddamn mouth before you answer this now.
Uh-oh.
Just know that.
I'm already worried.
You should be, because this particular, you should be. All right. What's the worst thing? What's the worst thing about being in a relationship, bro?
Having to consider somebody else's feelings and
compromise.
Opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
That's called living, motherfucker. You got a problem with that?
No, I don't have to. Whose feelings do I have to consider?
Everywhere you go, you're gonna have to consider somebody's feelings and thoughts.
Oh no, hell no! Are you crazy?
No,
Yeah, you do.
No.
Says
If you
who?
do,
Go
if you
to
do,
the nearest establishment and start talking crazy to somebody.
well, that's not really considering people. I'm not. Look, I'm not out in the streets wilding, cussing people out for no good reason.
I like the answer, kids, because you didn't say no too ridiculous. But when you think about what you just said, simply,
It's true.
that's ridiculous, man.
No, it's not, man. It's not, because, and I'm talking about just when you're conducting yourself under normal pretenses. Now you have to stop and go, wait a minute. I would just go on in sorry. A little just Jamaican just slid out of me there. Go on just means move or go on. I would conduct myself in a manner that I know is not going to offend or hurt other people, because there's nobody else around. Mind you, when there's other people that you have to relate with under normal pretenses, you may have to just simply conduct yourself a little bit different.
Well,
Like, here's a quick, easy
for
for instance, and it's a for instance that you gave the other day. So you can't just walk into a room and fart.
Yeah.
You could.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
you can.
But this is what I'm saying. Yeah, you can, but you might offend the entire room with respect to that relationship. So you may want to walk outside and do your business, or go to the washroom,
Or you don't care about offending the room.
or you care not about offending.
Because I mean, is it being considered a feelings being rude? Like
Says who, Paul?
like kid, welcome me into a restaurant, kid. Say, good morning, welcome, can I help you?
Yeah, welcome.
Okay.
Now,
should
do you have to say good morning? If they say good morning, and it's like, give me my coffee. Well, say please. I don't have to say please. Give me my fucking coffee.
I'm paying for this.
Right. Now that's not being considerate of their feelings. That's not being courteous as a human being, but nothing says that you have to.
No.
Well, listen, man. In relationships, I mean, we're talking about you with the next person.
That's
most of that is about growing. Most of it. Now I'm just gonna let me zero in on a little something.
I'm here. Keep going.
The thing about I guarantee you, Ked's a significant other. There's some point in the relationship. I'm not saying that it's lopsided one way or the other, but there is some point that woman has stopped him from falling victim to his worst instincts. And he was willing to listen to that reason.
Well, yeah.
And that comes from her opinion.
Well, that's hopefully, part of a healthy partnership, a relationship, because I'm more of a loner, if you will, confirmed bachelor. Thank you very much. Because I understand that to be in a relationship, you have to be willing to give of yourself when sometimes maybe you don't want to. You have to be willing to take on your partner's, stresses and burdens sometimes when you really don't give a fuck. And I just find myself not giving a fuck more than I do wanting to give a fuck. So I remain single, because I'm not going to bring somebody into a situation where I'm not going to give them what they need and be a good partner, because I recognize I'm selfish son of a bitch. I'm not a good partner. And, I think a lot of people would be a lot happier and not having gone through divorces if they just admitted that to themselves. But then there are a lot of people that just can't be alone. So, I'm not that person. So I understand what goes into relationships, how to be a good partner. I just choose not to do all that bullshit.
There's another side to that, what you just said, Trips, and I understand that, and it's good that you can acknowledge that thing about you. But there's also another side to that says, okay, if I enter this relationship, it means I'm going to have to evolve from some of the, bad habits that I do have, and some of the personal persnickities that I have about myself. You have to own those things. And if you think you suck as a partner because you're selfish, that means you start getting better. And that's what a relationship has done for me. You know, I was a very egotistic guy. I'm gonna tell you right out the top.
No.
It was me. No, it's not what you think, kids. It was me feeling the need to conquer all the females, man.
Aha.
That was my biggest hang up. It was like giving up all that to be involved in a relationship.
What? No more strange.
Yeah, it was all that. And that was a big ass deal, man, because females dominated my life for so long. You know, just the next one dominated the way I thought. You know what I mean? Because wherever I went, it was the next one. And so it's basically being a whore. But you know, that was just me. That was just me. But when I decided to commit to this relationship, I had to I had to let that shit go and listen. You know, and I became a better human being and a better mate to somebody that really needed me to be a better person. And I was. I changed. And so that's what it can bring to you. So things that you sound like you sound like Trip has succumbed to the idea that this is who I am and this is what I'm gonna be. You don't have to be that, bro.
Well, but I'm actually happy, so why not?
Look, there's nothing wrong with that, and that's sort of what I'm trying to say is like I would conduct myself as a single human being a little bit differently, and really I have to consider the feelings and opinion of somebody else, and that's truly, in my opinion, what a relationship, that's really what it boils down to, because I don't want to, hurt the other person, and at the same time I also want to take into consideration their thoughts. It might not be like, feelings, but sometimes they're just flat out right. And when I take into consideration that opinion and weigh it against my own, I may move differently. I might conduct myself in a different manner. So that's truly what it is. It was very hard. As Nas says, born alone, die alone. I peep my style alone. That's how I've conducted myself for many years before being a guy in a quote unquote relationship. Once you get into that, you stop me like, okay, well, it's not just me I'm moving for. I have to make movements with her in consideration. I have to make movements with, you got it, with the kids in consideration. And those are, that's family. That's a relationship I'm talking about.
But now don't get it twisted that I'm not anti-relationship or I'm happy. But if I met someone who now it's not a chore to want to listen to, their day, it's something that is like, hey, I enjoy actually your time and I enjoy sharing my time with you. If that situation would arise, cool. But it's not something I'm looking for. It's not something I need, but I understand what it is. And it's like, if I wanted it, I would go get it. But it's like, yeah, I don't need all that.
I'm with you. Something else I learned about being in a relationship is really, it's hard. It's hard sometimes to want to listen to what the other person is going through and her personal thoughts, whatever is going on with her. Sometimes your mind is just in a totally different place than where hers is at. And then you have to discipline yourself to say, you know what, forget whatever I'm thinking and feeling like today, her shit's important to her. And so that's where the compromise comes in. It comes from a mental and a spiritual level. You got to stop yourself from thinking about yourself, being kind of narcissistic and being somebody that's open to listen. We all.
Well, I'm open to listening.
Some kind of narcissism.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I suffer from a little bit of that. So, I'm definitely open to listening. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm always open to doing. You know what I mean? Like I'm born alone, die alone. You know what I'm saying? Like that's.
to be honest with you, we deal with it behind the scenes, just being as friends. You know what I mean? Just being boys, and we all do this stuff together. And we all push and pull in different directions, and don't like this, like that, and we all do it every single time we do something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not it doesn't end at your personal relationship with your mate. It extends. You know what I mean? That's going to go into whatever you do, whether it's this, whether it's your workplace. It's always a push and pull, give and take, all the time. You know what I mean? So it's not always going to be about you, ever. And
Yeah.
so that's
I bet you think
you got to work with that every single day. I got another question for y'all.
All
This
right.
is a little bit more fun. And this is an easy answer for me. I mean, so easy. I can start with it, but I'll let you guys go. What's your worst day as a Chicago Bears fan?
What's the worst day?
What's your worst day as a Chicago Bears fan?
When Sweetness passed,
Mm.
and I didn't take the opportunity to have a beverage with him when invited, because I got to meet him a few times, and I was driving a cab at the time, and I happened to be downtown in front of his bar. Was it America's Bar? And unfortunately, it was, it was kind of empty. So I saw Sweetness in there, and so I double parked, went inside. I was like, hey, introduced and all that, and he was like, hey, you want to have a drink? And I was like, oh, I do, but I'm driving right now and I don't have alcohol in my breath. But then I also like, well, I can just have water, but damn it, it's Sweetness, but I gotta work. I'm next time. And then there was never a next time.
Mm. Can I jump in here and go
Yeah,
second?
you go, man. You go.
Easily for me, it was the worst, let's just say, emotional response that I had as a Chicago Bears fan was when Lovey got fired. I was hostile, bro. I was extremely hostile that day.
Man.
I was extremely hostile, man, and it to this day it still bothers me. But now, not to the extent that it did the day it happened. It was all kinds of. I was feeling like it was all kind. I felt like it was racism, and I had all kind of shit going on, and I was hot. I almost stopped being a Bears fan. Almost, man, because that bothered me that much. And I'm telling you, when I tell you I was hostile, boy, you don't even know. But that day was a hard day for me because he's coming off, what was he, 10-6 that year, some shit.
Bro, they missed the playoffs because the Marion Barber didn't you know what I mean? Like they missed the playoff by this much, bro. Missed it by that much. That's a tough one, dog. I feel you for this one. But for me, it's 2 days. It's two different games for me. First one is definitely Cody Parkey for sure. Shout out to Crimson out there for sure. And why I say that is like there's footage somewhere on the interwebs of me just ass, like people were worried. I was just ass out on the floor in my place. People thought I had an HA. They were very worried. Folks were hollering at me, "You all right, man?" Because I was live streaming. I was like, "We gonna win this game. We gonna win." Oh no, Lord, no! And next thing you know, I was just prone on the ground, and people were hollering back at me, going, "Dude, are you alive? Are you okay?" And like, yeah, I'm all right. I'm here. But then there's also that Pittsburgh game. And I don't know if y'all really remember the Pittsburgh.
What year? Before you got to start with what year?
Oh man, I gotta guess like maybe 2023, maybe.
The one where my man got bumped into the ref at the end.
You know what it is? Kung Fu Cassius Marsh.
Hold on, I'll be right back, fellas. I got to run to the door right quick.
Okay, and like we were set up to win this game.
Indeed.
We were winning this football game. We were beating up on the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't give a damn what anybody says. Not only were we beating up on them, it got to the point where like this was for me, and I'm sure for Matt Nagy, this was like the turning point and change in Matt Nagy's overall demeanor. In this game, they were hitting Justin on slides. They're hitting no calls for the Bears of any kind to the level that Matt Nagy stopped and he was like yelling at the refs. Like, what the hell?
Was yelling.
You know what I mean? Was it Flus?
What? No, Nagy. Nagy was yelling.
I think it was Nagy, man. Nagy was
Nagy
was like, he's yelling at the refs. He's getting in the refs' face. He's red in the face, angry because of these calls. And I'm like, go get him, Matt. Get him. Like, get in his ass. And then this final call just completely flipped the game on its ear.
When the ref stuck out his ass?
Bro, and like to make matters worse, is they're like taunting. And maybe it was either just before this play or it was before. It was before this play because TJ Watt sacks Justin Fields. And when he gets the sack, he runs over to the Bears sideline and double birds. All right. So he's flipping the double birds to the Bears sideline, kisses them, and then turns around and he goes off. No taunting. This is somehow not taunting. My boy does a kung fu kick, spins around, and leaves. Flag. I'm not even saying Marsh was in the wrong. You will never hear me say that. You know what I'm saying? I will never say that. Marsh did a kung fu kick, spun around, and left. He maybe mean mugged in mid-spin.
No, but the flag, remember, it wasn't for the kung fu kick kids. It was for assaulting the ref.
No,
running into the ref.
The ref. Like, what's funny about Tony? I'll never forget this homie name either. Tony Correnti. You know that's some Italian shit. You know what that is. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, Tony Correnti. When they went back, because that's what I was like. Yo, like I ain't never seen a ref like heat seek the beef before. You know what I mean? Like he stepped into it and butt checked the guy and then said, "Oh, like you hit me." But that when they asked him about it, they're like, "No, it's taunting." I was going to give him the flag regardless for taunting for kicking, and I was like, "But why didn't you give it to TJ Watt who did the same thing?" Well, there is a league-wide thing that we are pressuring with respect to taunting. But TJ, no. So just taunting, and like this for me is when Bears tax became the realest shit ever. Right there in this particular game, it was pretty wild and crazy, man. But things to be said. F you, Tony Correnti.
That penalty always seemed to me like those two knew something about each other.
Who, the ref and Cassius Marsh?
Yeah. Or Nagy?
No, this is what he was like. Check it out. You nailed it, Trip, because Nagy was yelling at Tony Correnti for missing the like 2, if not 3 late hits on Justin.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like Nagy was losing it, and at that point, Tony Correnti was like, "Yeah, you gonna get in my face and yell at me, bro? Guess what? Oops." You know what I mean? And that's what it was.
And that was a direct leading causation to losing that fucking game.
Game was over. We were winning that football game handily. Just Fields had one of the best rushing like stat lines of his career in that football game. Handily, we should have won that game. And out of nowhere, all of the oxygen was sucked out of the stadium, and it went the other direction. It was crazy. Yeah, but that one hurt me, man. That one hurt me. Cody Parkey, F you too, but that one hurt me.
Doinkage.
Oh, dog. But that one hurt me, man. That one hurt me.
I think Levante hit it though, man. The second thing was that Super Bowl.
Oh, you mean the one where it's like first play, Devin Hester takes it to the house, and it's like, here we go, Bears, here we go. And then that was the only highlight from the whole goddamn game.
Man, I knew we was in trouble the minute it got wet out there because the defense is predicated off of speed.
Yeah, that's a rough one too, guys. That one was rough too.
What up, Deuce? What up, AC Adam?
Hey, what it do, Deuce?
Paul Rodriguez, everybody that just fell up in here.
What up? What up? What up, everyone?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one was rough too, guys. That one was a rough one too, man.
All right, one more question before we get to some drinks, man.
Wait, what was yours?
He said Lovey getting fired.
Oh, the Lovey firing. Okay.
Lovey, like Lovey was like in the first place, the fact that we hired an African American coach, that's one thing. And then they were successful as hell. Kept drafting well and they kept being competitive. You know, they had their hiccups here and there. You know, Lovey has a stigma about him, about not wanting to change, but what they did worked. And it was exciting to watch. And I just love that whole era of Chicago Bears football. I played in that style of football. You know, I just knew it. You know what I mean? Blindfolded, I can probably tell you what the next thing is going to be, especially defensively. You know what I mean? But it's just the way it was, and I almost couldn't forgive the Bears for a long time for that shit.
Man, like for me, like and AC Adam is saying it in the chat. He's like, you know, rest in peace to Marion, man, Marion Barber. I put a lot of that on that single final play, man, because I really have to say, and maybe I'm dead wrong on this one, but you think let's have that discussion for a minute. Do you think Lovey would have got let go if they made the playoffs?
No.
How do you let go of a coach that's in the playoffs?
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I was like, man, Marion, like,
I think the better question is who you think was behind that.
Oh, Ryan Pace, no?
No,
Ryan Pace not in the play.
I would say Ted Phillips somehow, some way.
Oh, that's not crazy.
He had a guy that he had in mind.
That's not a crazy thought pattern.
Ted Phillips did a whole lot of bullshit to this organization.
Yeah, oh, you mean the guy who bought Arlington Park? No.
Yeah, that schmuck.
Yo, Billionaire Ted is
the same one that made the deal to put a toilet on Soldier Field. You know, that schmuck.
Yeah, he's a special guy, man. But they trusted him, and I don't know how they came to trusting this guy, because he was clearly like one of the the most classic grifters in North American society.
Well, like, I think he had the confidence of Virginia.
Of course he did. He went to church with them. He did everything that he could to get. This is what I'm so like. If you looked up the word grifter in the dictionary, you know what I'm saying? You know Ted Phillips' picture is right there shining with his glasses on, and he might even be holding Virginia's hand in that picture, right? He did everything in his power to make it so that the family appreciated and potentially loved him like a brother. Like, I wish I could say differently. He did everything he could, and it worked. And then he bought that property and recognized, oh, snap. You know what? I think I might have bitten off more than I can chew. I don't know anything about real estate. Deuces, and he was out, and he disappeared into the wind.
I'm gone.
He disappeared into the wind. He's somewhere in Chicago sipping my boat drinks and shit. And there's Ted Phillips, man.
I'll give you another moment that I didn't see live, but I know about it. Walter not getting a chance to get a TD.
Mm.
Oh, that
they gave us the fridge.
So I was like a big Fridge fan at the time too, man. I was a little bit conflicted by that one, but once like Ditka kind of gave his rationale, I feel you. You know what I mean? Like, his rationale is like, oh, you kind of did it as almost an FU though. You know, it was almost an FU.
Didn't he apologize for it?
I mean, no matter how much he apologized, Ditka was an FU
after the fact.
Like, down the road he did, after he realized, oh snap, like Walter a little bit pissed off about this, like years later, right? After the game, he didn't apologize. It was like, no, like, I wanted the Fridge to get in there.
There was a whole bunch of, I don't think people would realize what it would be like. Mike Ditka had a whole lot of FU in him anyway. And you got to acknowledge that. And some people might say that's what made him who he is.
And that's why we love him. Real talk, it's the truth. That's why we love him.
Yeah. But there's
Hello, Ben
you
Johnson.
talking about somebody that carried the franchise on his entire back. The whole surface of his back had the Bears organization on it for years on Walter Payton. All of a sudden, this guy comes in and whatever habits Walter had when Mike Ditka got there, he wasn't going to change because Mike Ditka was there. He was going to continue to be the Chicago Bears running back. And Mike Ditka, you had Mike Ditka in one space, and you had Walter Payton in another. Like, I don't care who Mike Ditka is. He ain't going to come in here and tell me what to do. This is my locker room. I think there was some of that going on. And by the time they got to the ultimate event, that was one way to kick him in the nuts.
I don't know if that's, I just,
if you know how locker rooms work, you wouldn't.
No. Just follow where I'm going with this. I just don't know if that was Walter's demeanor within the team. You know what I mean? Like, Jim McMahon absolutely would be like, hey, like I'm just not.
No. I'll tell you where it gets different, kid. This is something you probably wouldn't pay attention to, but when it comes to being at the stadium, being there on time, coach said, be here ready for this, be at the film room for that, be in the whatever. We need you to stay after practice for this, and we need you to be here at mini camp for that. And some of those shits, Walter was just, I'm Walter Payton, man. I ain't showing up for all that shit. There's some of that kind of shit that goes on that people don't get to see.
I don't know. For me personally, he just seemed like really the consummate professional with respect to even showing up and showing out and showing up at charity situations. Like he was really out there, man. And that's part of the reason why I love this guy. Jim is a little bit of a different guy. Jim was a much more of a you run your mouth. I'll do what I'm gonna do, and we'll see how it works out. I'll do what I'm gonna do, and I'll take the lashes later on if it screws up. I'll also take all of the praise if it works. You know what I mean? Like, and that's Jim to me. Walter just seemed like such a class act, man, that even in situations where, Dick is running his mouth, you seem like the type of guy to just let it roll, roll down his back and not really give two shits.
He wasn't all as sweet as everybody think he was all the time, man. Walter was fucking tough, man, and he had a personality to him that on the field he had a persona, but in the locker room, people, that was Walter's locker room. It was. That's whatever Walter said is the way it went. And there's always going to be a divide when you get a new coach in there, comes in there and try to change up some shit. And so I can definitely see that. That might have been some shit that Dick had carried with him until that game.
Well, rest in peace to Sweetness, man. Long story short, that's a raw dog call, Mike. That's a raw dog call, coach, man. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I saw that he's not doing the best in the world. He being Ditka. So hey, aging as it is.
I heard too many people say they didn't like that guy.
Well, I don't think he was. And again, this is why I like him. There's a certain degree of, to each and every one of us, of like, I guess what I'm looking for is just general give a fuck. I don't think he really gives a fuck what anybody thinks of him at all.
Yeah, he was I would describe him as and I mean this with love and affection, not disrespectful, but he was kind of like a typical Chicago Pollock. And it's like he was good at what he did, but he could be abrasive. He could be short. He could just be inappropriate. But he was cool, because had the opportunity back in the day when like the first iteration of ChicagoBears.com, and they had message boards, and you talk enough shit, you build a little community on the message board. and Ditka, who at the time owned Ditka's restaurant, and he invited, or somebody from the message board got him to invite the posters, the fans, to Ditka's restaurant to watch a game, or was there for something. Gave us lunch and shit, and then signed little souvenir balls I got up front. And he was sitting there, chilling with his wife and a former player, offensive lineman, big dude. But he took the time to, talk to all of us and, be personable. And it wasn't because he was getting paid. He was just appreciative of the fans being appreciative of the team.
Yeah, and again, you can kind of love. I don't know. He's an acquired taste. I think is what we can all sort of come to.
He's not for everybody.
He's not for everybody. You're
Right.
damn straight. He's an acquired taste. He's not for everybody. But for Chicago Bears fans, for those of us who do understand sort of what he was trying to do, I think we all love him that much more for it, man.
One last thing before we get into some drinks. And every time I have this conversation with somebody, and this ain't the first time I had this conversation. I had it with a lot of people. But I get to thinking about me and my personality and how I react to people like a Mike Ditka. That old school approach, that old school hollering and yelling and screaming and spitting and name calling and all that old kind of shit, and effing you and all that kind of stuff. Like for me, again, I tell you guys all the time, I just never was the kind of football player that needed motivation. And I know that sounds strange to the person listening to my saying that. I'm telling you, I was a self-starter. I didn't need, just let me know what I need to be doing, where I need to be, and I'll take care of that. I don't need to be fired up. And I don't need to be, you can coach me and say if I did a dog-ass assignment and I messed it up, you can get on my ass about that. But I don't need you in my face cussing and screaming and yelling and spitting all in my personal space. I react in a different way to that. That's just me. And he comes off as that kind of dude. And so immediately I'm just like, damn, could I have a play for him? I don't know.
No, you probably would have punched him in the mouth.
Probably would have.
And I again, don't blame you for a second for even having that sort of mindset. At the same time, I could totally see Mike Ditka taking the punch and coming back. You know what I'm saying? Like he's just that type of guy, man. He's that type of guy.
Every guy like him thinks they can take the punch until they get punched.
Oh, he might, you know what I mean? He might have got knocked out, and that's just not a good look across the board. I want to give a shout out to Cali Blue, man. Game 1 will be a good game, and I'm very interested in it. I'm the only one, I think, on the planet Earth who actually thinks your team might win. I think your team is due for a come up, man. And I think we've got just about everything we could out of your squad. We fleeced the hell out of you. Take it for what it is. But I think fleecing or no fleecing, you guys have spent the last couple of years really building up that team. And I think we're going to see a different Panthers squad in 2020, 2026, 2027. That's just me saying it out loud. Again.
All right. Y'all ready to get into some food?
Let's do it.
I got some healthy options for you guys this week, man. And I hope you guys can appreciate, some tasty keto options here, man. I'm telling you right now, there's some good shit.
All right. What are we looking at? Dirty cabbage. Ingredients. Onion.
In the Caribbean, it would be dirty cabbage.
Dirty cabbage.
Yeah.
Onion, bell pepper, garlic, Creole seasoning cabbage, chicken broth, ground beef, tomato paste, and andouille sausage.
Oh, a lot of protein in there. Okay.
One of my friends would cuss you out right now, calling it andouille. It's andouille.
Andouille. That's en français, monsieur.
Oui.
Yeah, no, this looks good. This is totally something I've had sort of variations on this without the to be honest with you, just without the sausage. So I've definitely had this. This is a really good keto meal for the most part. No sugar of any kind. Very, very low on the carbohydrate, starch case scenario. Cabbage is great for that. Onions, bell peppers, garlic, all great for it. The Creole gives it a nice little flavor profile and a kick that mixes well with the sausage. But again, like I said, last time I had this, it was just ground beef, chicken broth, and the tomato paste, and it was delicious. This is a great way to nyam up, as we would say in the Caribbean, which just means eat good food, and keep that sugar content low, that carbohydrate content low.
You
Would
know
you
what?
add carrots? Because I'm not looking at carrots and not seeing them in the
No,
ingredients.
that's
Look
the
at the
sausage,
pepper.
bro. That's the sausage.
You're looking at some red sauce. That's pepper.
Oh, that's the andulis.
He's looking at in the corner, left corner. That's pepper.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
No, I can see adding some really finely sliced up carrots in this. You can probably pull that out.
I would be exactly that jerk who put carrots in this and had somebody, yell over my shoulder. Now that's not keto, right? And that would throw the whole mix kind of.
Oh, come on now.
One thing about keto, man, I'll tell you
Leave it to
this
the Italian.
from experience. Once you get deep into keto and you start realizing, like, damn, I can't have but certain things. Like, how am I going to maintain this? You start to get creative.
Brother, and the creativity is gold. It is.
You're right about that. I mean, once you start realizing that this is, if you buy into it, if you just decide that you're going to be disciplined and buy into the process, you got to get creative. You have to. There's only one way to be about that, and just get creative about how you cook.
That's it. And something along these lines that's just similar that we, from a creativity perspective was just egg roll in a bowl. And we, you take off the crispy batter that you would normally use for an egg roll, but you put everything else in that bowl and you eat it. It's basically cabbage and some ground pork and things along those lines, whatever you would normally get in an egg roll. Put that all together, fry it up, and eat it on some lettuce, and you're good to rock. It's good.
You can easily substitute this cabbage for any other green vegetable you want.
Yeah,
and make
but cabbage is probably cabbage works out for keto. It kind of does, and it grows on you over time. If you're not like a cabbage fan, it kind of grows on you after you have it a couple of times.
So I like this. I'm showing you the image of what it looks like pre-mix. The ingredients to it pre-mixed. And once it comes together with the broth, the Creole seasoning, the tomato paste, it's a much better looking dish.
Yeah, Crimson's on that delicioso, bro.
Hey man, delicioso can get your waist big, goddamn it.
Yeah, all that bread. That's like the first thing you're trying to dodge bread, and bread, carbs, right? Like all the fun stuff everybody loves. You know what I mean? Bread, carbs, rice.
Well, but the key would be like Nomad does with his girl. Make her eat something and don't tell her what it is and just kind of sit back and then be like, oh, you like that? Oh, it's good, huh? Well, guess what it was? Not what you thought. And somebody needs to have Crimson over, and instead of actual pasta, spaghetti squash.
Oh, you know what?
Speaking of that,
you'll get used to it.
I cannot let them do that without doing this.
Oh, there it is. The 5 cheese garlic spaghetti squash.
And
before you go, kids, the ingredients: onion, garlic, mozzarella, fontina cheese, Parmesan cheese, spinach, heavy whipping cream, ricotta cheese, provolone, and medium squash. Go ahead, kids.
The heavy whipping cream here it's so important, y'all. And you'd be like, why? So here's what keto really sort of is. It's sort of, and I don't even know if this thing, somebody told me this doesn't even exist, and we were lied to by the government and the world. So, they say that animals hibernate Maybe they do. I'm not in the forest to prove it. But the general idea is that you're storing food and fat over a certain period of time because you can't eat. And that fat is burned off over again that hibernation period. Us as human beings are still getting up in the morning and going to work, and there is no long period of time where we're just burning that fat that we're storing. We're just storing it. And I say us as human beings, but really us as North Americans. Other people in other parts of the world work differently. But that fat content with 35% whipping cream, and the reduction and removal of sugar causes your body, instead of storing this food as fat, to burn it. All right. And if you have fat, it will burn fat. It's the craziest thing. All these years they're telling you don't eat added fat, remove fat from your diet, fat free this, fat free that. Would you believe that heavy whipping cream with 35% fat will help you actually burn off the fat that's in your body right now? Wild. So that's really what that's about. Otherwise, you might be looking at this ingredients list, scratching your head as to like, what the hell why would anybody really be putting whipping cream in cheese, garlic, spaghetti, squash as a dish? And that's the reason behind it. Anyhow, spaghetti squash, strangely, again, all those things that you love are removed in the keto diet. Pasta being one of the biggest ones. So pasta, rice, bread. And these are like the three things that I think every man, woman, and child on the planet loves the most. From the Caribbean, we eat rice with everything. Italian, Crimson eat pasta with everything. Africa, strangely, they eat pasta and rice with everything. It's crazy to remove it, but once you remove it, your body will not be storing, turning carbohydrates into fat. It'll start burning off the carbohydrates with fat intake, just as I described before. But you replace that pasta with spaghetti squash. The first time you eat it, you're going to be like, huh, what did I do? And as you're eating through it, the cool thing is that the spaghetti squash is just a little bit sweet. And that slight sweetness, especially in a situation where you've removed all sugars from your body for a long period of time and you're in ketosis, it's fantastic. All right. Like it really kicks you. Actually taste the sweetness of the squash in this meal. And like I'm saying, it is so much nicer than you would expect.
If you get you, all I know is I didn't know how good it can be for a substitute until I knew how good it can be for a substitute.
Mm-hmm.
It's all I can tell you. Now, when you start dealing with squash, here's the best thing you can do. If you want to get some spiral squash or you want to just slice them and make your own diced up pieces of it, best thing you can do is put it in either you have a strainer or some kind of cheese net or something and get the water out of it. Because once you add it to the sauce that you're making, whether it be this 5 cheese sauce or some actual pasta sauce, it's going to make everything come together better. It's just going to make it, if you put it right in the dish, it's going to make it a little bit more watery.
Yeah.
And so I told y'all, I'm just now starting to do this in the last handful of years. And I'm telling you now, squash is a very underrated vegetable when it comes to you trying to reduce your carb intake. It's probably, to me, my favorite vegetable. Maybe cauliflower number 2, zucchini number 3, when it comes to this kind of thing to help you get away from some of the pasta. And
all
bread.
All three of those are key. The other two, there's a lot of them, man. So just straight up lettuce. What I started to do is I started just making sandwiches on lettuce, no bread. You know what I mean? Just lettuce. You fold up the lettuce, you put your meats in there, add your condiments, whatever it is that you normally have a sandwich with, and you eat it right off the lettuce. You get a nice crunch with it. It's actually really tasty. And yeah, you miss the bread, But if you make your sandwich right, it's still a badass sandwich.
Well, I gotta give a shout out to the kids because today I made a couple burgers and I used I
No
guess
bun?
hold on, 2/4
Okay.
pound patties, right? You know,
Mhm.
so like a double. And I had I took out some whole wheat bread and put in the toaster. And I was like, do I want to do a double? It's like, nah. So I'll just do 2 single open faces. And then I sauteed, an onion in there and put that on top. And I made, some burger sauce and put that in there with the melted
There you
cheese.
go.
And so I had a couple open faced burgers as opposed to, closed sandwiches.
See, that's
It would have been
just
4 pieces of bread. You cut it down to 2.
you cut it down to 2, and like that alone is you progressing towards reducing the carbohydrate intake into your system. And the more that you can do that, the better. The less your body is going to want to store those carbs and turn it into fat for future use. That's how the body works. It's like, I'm going to hold on to this because you're going to need it down the road, except you might not actually need it because we're still, we're going to put more bread in our body, more carbs in our body. So it's a little bit of a trick and a cheat code, this keto thing, man. Trust me.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
is.
there's another suggestion from Crimson, like zucchini
Mhm.
is number 1 for squash, but eggplant is number 2. And I always forget that eggplant's an actual thing and not just like a derogatory name that people get called or like a sexual thing, but it's an actual food.
Wow. Yeah, you went both directions with this one.
Yo, let me steer away from that a little bit.
Thank you.
You will. I just say this, man. When you start talking about carbs and talking about pasta and bread and all that kind of stuff, Kiss is trying to explain that you're just storing bullshit in your body if you ain't gonna use it. It's basically what he's trying to say. If you're not an active person and you know you're not an active person, but you know you need to be a little more active person, these are some of the options you probably should choose. I'm talking about for your overall health and well-being, man. Because if you're not an active person, the minute you eat them carbs, you get sleepy.
The itis.
That comatosis that Crimson was talking about a little bit earlier on in the chat, but that's exactly what winds up happening, man. That's you nailed it. You have to either be a relatively and regularly active person with a decent workout regimen on virtually a daily basis, or attempt to again remove some of the things that may turn into sugar itself, obviously, but things that may turn into sugar in your body, because your body will turn those sugars into fat for storing. And that's just, that's the hibernation case scenario. That's really what winds up happening. And what happens during hibernation? The big sleep. You sleep, right? You sleep, and that's where all that comatosis, quote unquote, actually comes from.
Another thing about this dish that you would like if you try this is the taste of the ricotta cheese and the spinach. It's a very, very good combination in this dish right here. Now, this is something you mix up. You basically gut a medium squash out, and you put all this other stuff together. You get it all whipped up and put together. It's almost like you're making a big giant deviled egg that's going into the oven, though. With all that cheese in there, you get it all browned up on top, as brown as you like it. But man, you can literally almost eat this entire thing, almost including I never peeled my skin off my squash, but I just made it just like this. Now we make the like there's different kinds of squash out there, and we make the bottleneck squash. We grow the bottleneck squash, and so mostly that's what we get in our garden. But you can do stuff with that too. You can make stuff with that too, but every once in a while we get a seed that we didn't plan on getting, and we get a squash that looks like this. And so there's other ways to do all this stuff. Another good vegetable for, and Crimson mentioned it too, is the eggplant. Is great for, that's probably my favorite thing to do when it comes to like lasagna type casserole dishes. is an eggplant.
So that's the only place where I've really incorporated it into I'd have to experiment with eggplant so much more, but only like the only time that I did it was just an eggplant parmesan or an eggplant lasagna, and in both cases, delicious. But the one thing I do want to sort of point out here, I did sort of speak to the heavy whipping cream, but that ricotta, provolone, and the fontana and parmesan are all high fat case scenarios that again raises this meal's ability to help you burn the fat that you're storing.
Provolone cheese is a secret, man. I don't know how many people really go after provolone cheese, like melted provolone cheese. Like, I don't know. People probably eat provolone cheese all the time on different things and don't really realize they're eating provolone cheese. But provolone cheese is a secret weapon out there in the cheese business, man.
It is.
And your pizza puffs and your Philly cheese steaks, it just has its own taste, own flavor. But when you look at it's like 5 cheeses. Well, why would you need 5 cheeses? Well, because the provolone, the ricotta. I mean, like Nomad said, with the spinach and ricotta, that's just a very nice mixture. I mean, that would even be a nice pizza, spinach ricotta. But then the Parmesan, the Fontina, the mozzarella, the mozzarella for the big cheese pull, and all these different cheeses are different flavors, and the way they combine, it's its own unique thing. The combination together.
And I also would say, man, this particular dish, you can look at its ingredients right now, and you can privately imagine how you would do something like this. Like for me, I'm definitely adding some kind of ground Italian sausage or something like ground beef, or a very light spaghetti sauce.
So I would have some red sauce on this somewhere, because I don't know, but just the flavor of red sauce and the squash goes together so well, brother. So that's my little 2 cents on what you have there. But yeah, big shout out to Smitty Q, man. He says he's in Olympic Hills, man.
Out
living
there in
the dream.
Fraser Crane land.
Yeah, he's living the dream out there.
This whole thing playing out on a grill too. Just slap it on the grill.
Yeah.
Just let it bubble up. Put a little something under it. Take this thing off when it cooks up and cooks good.
Grill, right on it.
Yeah. Healthy stuff, man. We do a lot of fat boy shit on this show, but we got to make sure we give you guys some healthy options here.
So for a guy like Crimson, just to note, this is where keto gets awesome. Yeah, you're sacrificing that pasta, that those breads and that rice, but the flip side of this coin is you can replace it with all the meats that you love.
Carnivore.
And this is where things get awesome, because walking into that diet, I was like, man, I don't know if I can really do this. And then I realized, wait a minute, I can eat bacon and steak and sausage and chicken.
All that shit.
You know what I mean? I can eat that with impunity. I just need to sacrifice these 3 things that I love to get full. And basically, I spent initially I spent the entire summer just eating steak. I ate steak in the mornings. I'd have some eggs and bacon, nothing beside it. That's it. Eggs and bacon, or eggs and sausage, and any different type of eggs, all different types of eggs. But that's what I would have. And at nighttime, I'd have steak and or chicken wings, sometimes accompanied by corn on the cob. Corn on the cob is not keto, but I would slather it with butter, which is fat, and it would work. So I kept doing it.
In the summertime, what I like to do, and my favorite thing to do in the summertime, is whatever I want to eat as far as the meat goes. I got fresh tomatoes, fresh cucumbers coming out, pickling cucumbers. If you don't know the difference between a regular cucumber you get in the store and the pickling one, you ain't learned how to live yet. You better start getting you some pickling cucumbers. Much better, much juicier, more flavorful than your regular store bought cucumbers that are long. The pickling ones, oh my God, what a game changer. And those go next to season. I season them, put a little salt and pepper on them. And dog, anything I want to eat in the summertime, meat wise, those things go next to it. You can
Yeah.
save on your canned goods and all the stuff that you buy at the store. That's what gardening can bring to you. That's just me and
Love
my
it.
personality. Some people would eat zucchini, squash, and all kinds of other stuff, but that's my favorite thing out of the garden. Those two things.
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense, man. Like I'm saying, I just go and find corn out on the side of the road, man. We got some badass corn out here, man. So that's
I
that's
wonder if Smitty talking about is keto worth it? Yeah, man. If that's what you're
No, no,
saying.
no. He's talking about tourism stuff.
he's
Oh,
going to Space Needle, bro.
oh,
He's
Yeah,
living the
'cause-
dream on the West
my
Coast.
bad, my bad, my
yeah,
bad.
because Smitty's he's for those that don't know, Smitty Q, part of the fam, part of the Nomad Network, no maniac as he is, but he's out there on the road, keep it double nickels, bam, bam, driving those trucks with those customized golf carts. But he's out there in Seattle, the land of the Fraser Cranes and them. But Seattle is also Lord Crimson's stomping grounds. And so Smitty's like, tomorrow he's going to the Space Needle. And so Crimson's suggestion that he gets the double ticket and hits up the Glass Museum. So, we got some culture going on in our chat. And so for people
Mhm.
that saying that we're Neanderthals, fuck y'all.
We may still be Neanderthals. Shout out to Deuce, man, because Deuce ate this. He had keto pizza at my place, and we just flatten out some chicken bread, like flatten it as thin as you can, and then dress it like pizza, man. The rest of the pizza case scenario is all edible. Cheese, pepperoni, or whatever meats you want to put on there, tomato sauce, etc.
That sounds
Um,
interesting, man.
man, I have to give the wife big love for being super creative when it came for us to do the keto thing, man. She also figured out a way to just she would actually make a crust with cheese alone,
Mm-hmm.
and then you dress that cheese crust with pizza toppings, and you're eating you're eating a pizza.
Speaking of relationships, whose idea was that? Yours or hers to go keto?
I'm gonna have to say it was hers for sure.
And now, did she have to talk you into it? Did you resist or?
Oh yeah, that motherfucker. Come on, imagine kids not resisting.
No, I didn't. It like
You're
so.
a damn lie. You know you resist.
No. So from a resist perspective, it was what from my normal diet can I actually live with and eat? Right? Like how much of my normal diet can I incorporate?
What I got to give up,
this?
boo boo?
You know what I'm saying? And like initially, it was like, oh no rice and peas. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm losing my mind. And very quickly, it was, wait a minute, I can have steaks and burgers and chicken wings all week long. Okay, all right.
Went
I can
straight
do
to the
this.
dark side.
You know what I mean? Like, I can do this, bro. I can do this with these. I love these things. Let me just focus on that. And then it was like her saying, I'm sick of eating steaks and burgers and chicken wings every day. We got to do some other kind of shit, or I'm gonna lose my mind. And she just got creative with it, and it worked out really well.
Nice.
Really well. It wasn't
there's not really a meat. I get thinking about when I first started. There's not really a meat that I got tired of. It's not a meat that I got tired of. The only thing that I got a little frustrated with was not having spaghetti. I love spaghetti.
Not having some who?
Spaghetti, actual
spaghetti.
real spaghetti. I
Bro.
love spaghetti. I grew up eating that in my house. At least when I was growing up, once every 2 weeks at least.
You're making a big pot and everybody's just eating, and that might last for 3 days. Like, you know what I mean? I know exactly what you're talking about because my family did the same thing, and we were the furthest thing from. she might have been mad at me, bro. She might have been upset still, just to put it.
Hey, you know what, Deuce? The second thing was the French fries.
That was the hardest one. My bad.
Taters.
I brought up rice and peas. The hardest one, bar none, to this day was French fries, and it was the thing that it was the single thing that made me cave and go back to eating normal.
So no French fries, no hash browns, no baked potatoes,
no potatoes of none of, just like you call them the white devils. No white devils, bro. None of them. None of them.
Have you all substituted sweet potatoes for like? Have you had sweet potato fries? And
not me.
Yes. Yes, bro. That's saved, like, straight up to this day. Just considering what you just brought up, Nomad, I had my first spaghetti yesterday. Last night we had spaghetti yesterday, so that's my first spaghetti in a very long time. I just haven't had it because I don't know. I really haven't had pasta in the longest time. I don't feel for pasta right. Like, I haven't felt for pasta since keto, mainly because I'm so hell bent on eating French fries and rice. Like, those two things out of my life and bringing them back into my life was like, wow, man. Trust me. I had French fries in Amsterdam. I know I've told this story on the show before, but when I went to Amsterdam, I had them French fries. My life, like, it was like, what was I doing? Why did I ever stop eating this? This might be the most delicious thing. I could just eat French fries here and live here forever. I might not. There's a big chance that I just stayed in Amsterdam forever and only ate French fries.
And then you never realize how every fast food restaurant you might pop up at just to grab something to eat and go, all of it has carbs.
Well,
every burger, every pizza, every hot dog, every Polish, every other than just plain old chicken wings or something like that.
No, man, I got good at it. No, man, I got good at it.
Food cares now, fast food.
But wait, it's not just fast food. It's how you intake the fast food. So if you go to a fast food joint and you order, just like Trip was saying today, you order 2 burger patties with bacon, no ketchup, no relish, mustard, mayo, and double cheese, no bun, lettuce. That's keto. And you can get basically what I just described anywhere on the planet Earth. Right? It's really a question of whether
they call it a wrap. And instead of bun, give me a lettuce wrap.
You could get it in a lettuce wrap. That's it. So you just eat it in a lettuce wrap, or you just eat it in a bowl. And for years, that's how if I'm getting fast food, I'm going to specific joints that will at least accommodate that. Y'all got A&W out there, right?
A&W root beer?
Well, A&W's like restaurants.
You mean like the stands only in like Wisconsin?
They haven't been here in a long time.
They're small franchise, very few locations.
So here they used to be very small too, but over the course of the last decade, they started to really pop up in Canada. It's just one of them places that I know I can roll over to, get a burger in a lettuce wrap, and it'll be semi cost effective, and I'm full. Right? Fast food, that's my go-to. They also have sweet potato. So like if I gotta get fast food, if I'm out and about, it's sweet potato fries, double burger with bacon and double cheese in a wrap, no ketchup, no relish. Let's go.
Drinking water?
Well, I don't like, if you catch me drinking pop, I might, or soda, whatever you want to call it. It might be ginger ale, because like, if I can cheat with some ginger ale, I just might. Outside of that, you won't catch me drinking any sort of sugary drink. I drink water all day long. I'll drink coffee, water, coffee, maybe ginger ale. Or booze. I'll drink straight up whiskey on the rocks, and that's keto too, y'all.
Spirits. Wait, isn't there a lot of sugar in spirits though?
Yeah, but if you drink it on the rocks,
That waters it down enough for you.
yeah.
Well, we're gonna go with that.
Yeah, sure. You know what I'm saying? Like that's about as keto as you're gonna get with straight up booze. But you know, the real problem is like it's a thing, because the first thing is, because there's no sugar content in your body anymore, you can actually drink. I could drink so much more than ever before, just straight booze. But if I add any kind of mix to that, it's over. I probably have a hangover the following day, and yeah, not
Well,
a good.
what about what Crimson's saying here, that he has a zero sugar ginger ale? So would that be okay?
Yes, I don't like it. My wife keeps trying to give it to me. I'm not good with like.
Have you tasted it, kids?
Yeah, I'm not good with zero sugar anything. Not ginger ale, not Coke, not
It's not good enough to substitute or take the place off?
It makes me angry, because I know what real ginger ale tastes like. I know what real Coke tastes like. And like if I'm gonna have it, I'm just gonna have it. I'm not gonna half-ass my way through drinks. It's either I just blow it out of my my daily intake, which is really where I've been. I haven't, I haven't been drinking sugary drinks or
I'll give you
soda for a long time.
I give you a thought when it comes to. I think people need to put liquid beverages in their place. Question is, why do you drink them? What is it about that drink that makes you want to go get another one? Some of it is just flat out taste. I just love the taste of this. I love the taste of that. But now
it makes my head feel light and bubbly.
I get pretty gassy off of some of the fresh vegetables and stuff that I eat. And you need something to release the gas. So I keep 7-Up. But I love the taste of Barks root beer. Love the taste of it. And I just like having that around for once in a while, get one of them and just drink it because I like the taste of it. When you put it in its place, you put it in perspective. So you just have to decide, why do you like this thing? Can I just drink water instead or something like that, or whatever it is? But it's just many a times when you've been drinking those beverages when you just could have got some cold water and called it a day. It's habits, man.
Well, also the thing is, anytime that, whether it be coffee, tea, any kind of soda pop, if you down it, it's like, fuck, I'm still thirsty. Then you drink, a cup or a bottle of water, and it's like, now I'm refreshed, I'm quenched, because your body actually needs the water, and then the flavor aspect of it is something separate. We want to taste and enjoy the flavors, because Nomad said Barks. I always thought Barks was just a little too sugary, but the aforementioned A&W was some good shit.
Yeah.
And especially from the fountain, and the different manufacturers of root beer, they all taste a little bit different, until you have that one that you find, it's like, oh yeah, this is my root beer right here. But they're different than the others. So it's like, I get it. And then sugar free, it's like, yeah, it's kind of like this, but it's not right.
You know what I'm saying?
If you got that willpower to be like, well, instead of a substitute that makes me mad, and just straight up do without, that's better for you, I guess.
Honestly, it had everything to do with water filtration for me, because like, I'll tell you straight up, I was not one to drink water at all. Like I really was not. And there was one day I went to my sister's. I think it was my niece's birthday, and my sister brought me a glass of water. And heavy hit on this glass of water, and I looked at her and I was like, damn, like, your water tastes so good. What are you doing with this water? And she's like, nothing. I boil it. And they say that was her answer to me. Let me tell y'all, man, I've been boiling my water ever since. It's delicious. It's the craziest thing for me to say. It is refreshing. I drink boiled water all the time, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Well, isn't that what is that? Purified? There's a word for it after you boil it. It's not
Um,
distilled because
no,
distilled is the stuff that drips like if you had from above. But
you
once
got
you
it.
boil it, there's a name for it. But it tastes different because I enjoy spring water, and spring water tastes totally different than purified water.
It does, man.
And
It
purified
honestly
water is
does.
horrible.
It honestly does. This water boiling thing, I don't know what it is, but I'm just letting y'all know. If you're not really a water drinker, boil some water, put it in a jug, put it in the fridge, test it out the next day. I'm telling you, my water is delicious. I've been pounding this stuff back for that. I also put a little, because I like sour, I put a little bit of lemon juice in there, and that's my drink 90% of the day outside of coffee. But if I'm out at a restaurant, I might order a ginger ale or straight shots of booze on the rocks. Like
For all the
That's-
people who's been living life and not really drinking just water, you don't know what you're doing to yourself over time. You just don't know. You just need certain liters of water in your body. You need a certain amount of water in your body
Mhm.
to help everything function the way it's supposed to function.
Mhm.
That's just all it is to it, man. You need water. You need it.
And boiled water is simply called boiled water.
Okay,
However, if it goes through a process of being boiled into steam, cooled, and captured back into a liquid, it's called distilled
that's
water.
distilled. Yeah.
Because boiling tap water or regular water heated to its boiling point kills pathogens,
Yep.
but it also still retains its minerals.
Yep.
Whereas purified water is made by boiling water into vapor, condensing it back into a liquid, leaving the minerals and contaminants, behind. So, like from my CPAP machine, you have to fill it with
Use
distilled
use
water.
distilled. That me too. Yeah, man. I do the same. I do the same thing. I actually bought a distiller to do it, and sort of went back to just, like, my thoughts on the distilled water thing is you really need to actually have it in like a sterilized area. So I just said, screw it. I go buy big jugs now and utilize that. But Deuce is bringing up an important factor. Like, you can't boil out fluoride. You can't. And they clearly do to all of us. My understanding is everybody got fluoride in the water. Why? I'm sure at some point they
Because
might
poor
let us
people's
know.
teethuses.
Sure, I have no. They said it's to fix our teeth. I don't know
Well, that's
what's
what they say. Well,
whatever it is. You can't boil it out, so you need to get actual like filtration, and like my cousin goes through like 6 degrees of filtration, including boiling, just to drink water. And I'm like, I'm not trying to do all that. Boiling is fine. Kill all the impurities that's out there. If there's fluoride in my water, all right, like I'll have to live with that. But what I can tell you, boiled water and like put in the fridge, coming out, tastes
well,
so much better.
well. Here's the thing, though, kids. I'm with you there because here,
Oh, and do not drink distilled water. It's not good for you.
yeah, and it tastes horrible.
Yeah.
And I still don't understand. Like, you travel, you can put your CPAP machine with you, but you can't take water. And then it's like when you get where you're going, it's like, where the fuck are you gonna find distilled water at?
Dog, you know what I'm living. You know the life I'm living clearly, because that is one of the most ridiculous. So I get on a plane with the machine. They allow you to take the machine wherever you go.
Carry on.
I get to the gates. I've now bought a bottle, poured it into another flask, thinking I can bring the flask on the plane and nobody's gonna have a problem with this. You can't bring a flask of water on the plane. I don't even understand. I didn't even know that this was a thing, but this is a thing. So every location that I wind up going to when I travel semi-frequently, I gotta find a spot that happens to have distilled water,
Right.
just so I can get my sleep on in the right way. It's just it's ridiculous.
I mean, because it's like, well, why can't I just use bottled water? Because the iron in it, clogs up the machine, and it's not good for your breathing in and such.
Mhm.
And so it's a process. It's like part of medicine that you can't take with you.
Wait a
And
minute.
so it makes no sense, but whatever.
I'll just gloss right on past some old man shit. You too old.
This is some old man shit, but Triple knows
Hey, keep
exactly
living.
the
You'll
life
need a
I'm living.
CPAP eventually.
No.
Because I mean, if you've ever had the sleep apnea, yeah, it's like, oh, thank God for this machine, because waking up, you're going, oh God, and it's like, oh God, am I alive? Oh, that's
Question. Well, you know what? If I ask this question, it's going to take us into a whole nother conversation. So we got to get to some Bears talk. I guarantee the next question I have to ask is going to take.
No man, put some brakes on that shit one time.
Got to. We're gonna have to get into some Bears. We're gonna go in hot, man, because we took up a nice little chunk of time. We're gonna go in hot, and we're gonna talk about some of the possibilities when it comes to trades before the season starts. We're talking about once we get in the pads, a couple weeks into it. This guy's been ringing bells.
You can ring
in the Bears conversation. Give me a second to pull him up. Where the hell is he?
Ring
you guys heard any conversation about this guy right here?
Alex Highsmith, 28 years old, 6'4", 242 pounds, and he's a linebacker or defensive end.
Well, let me do the breakdown real quick.
Oh yeah, I was just reading it there. Go ahead.
Kids, you got some thoughts? Go ahead.
No, you go, please.
So number one, I've been seeing it a few places. I don't know how and why. I'm imagining he had something to say about Caleb Williams or something I saw. It might have been, shout out to Hayes on Chicago Bears Central. I think it might have been something that I either went past a thumbnail or can't remember if I started watching it and stopped. I just don't remember. But he's been in conversations in the Bears circle about making a trade for him. And I know this, Nick Herbig, one of their edge rushers that's with Pittsburgh, got big money. He got $100 million contract.
Yes, he did.
And they got some other guys around there, some younger guys. They got TJ Watt, of course. They got him signed for a couple years. And they're looking at this guy as one of those pieces that might. So if one of you guys want to pull up your little money machine so we can have that conversation on the side, I do believe he's making about $17 million a year. Now, let's just talk about fit in the first place. 6'4", 242 pounds. To me, he's a legitimate 3-4 fit. 110%. I'm not saying that he can't play in some 3-4s. I mean, 4-3s. What I'm saying is in this 4-3, based on the history that Dennis Allen has showed me and the track record that he's shown me, I don't think they make a move for this kind of money for a guy that really doesn't necessarily fit their requirements. Now, he's a beast against the run sometimes, but he's coming from a 2-point stance. He doesn't have fingers in the dirt. He's just not rushing like that. And so in a 3-4, I'm saying that he fits a whole lot better than a 4-3. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. I can understand the conversation here with respect to Herbig and TJ Watt. Strangely, TJ Watt has also sort of echoed similar sentiment that he might be interested in moving on, given the fact that he will be looking for his second contract at some point. And, a lot of money went into that Herbig deal because they want to keep both of these guys happy. And it looks like, you can't keep all three happy. So this young man's got a pretty large contract right now. Cap hit in 2026 is $20 million, which I'm going to have to lean towards Nomad and say in my opinion as well, he's more of a 3-4 guy than he is a 4-3 guy. And I don't think the Bears should be spending no $20 million on a question mark case scenario like that.
And don't get it twisted. I love the football player. I fucking love the football player.
He's
think
good. All three of those guys are good. Same token. Don't get me wrong. All three of them are good in different capacity, but they're very good in 3-4 capacity, right? So I don't really see a true break in his contract until 2028. That being the case, would have to be some level of a trade, draft capital, etc., or player going to Pittsburgh from Chicago in order to get this player on our team.
Actually, kids, you almost have to have them pay some of this money up front so that you don't have to, burden some of that.
Like you saying that makes sense with Chicago's existing cap space. Like they don't have a lot, right? This would probably eat up all of the existing cap space that they have. So you're right. It would be in your best interest to have them choose some of this. The closer we get to September, the more of that they will have already taken on. So that's interesting, but even then, it's a lot of money for them to sort of be moving into. And it's not just 1 year, it would be 2 years before they really sign him on a long-term, new money deal that could be different and dependent on play. So I don't know. I don't see this one happening. I'll just be real with you on that one.
Trips, thoughts?
To trade for him, to pay him, to kind of shoehorn him into a position, I don't know. But if they do it and he's good, cool. But it would kind of seem, trying to force the issue, if he's not exactly, what, Dennis Allen wants, if he has to kind of be shoehorned into a spot, it's like, I don't think they want to do that. Now, would it always help to have better or more talent in the house to compete for the starting roles? Sure. But you can only bring in so many that you're allocating resources for. So, I mean, it's a highly unlikely scenario.
Yeah.
In this NFL, there's like Alex Highsmith, his measurables are pretty much a dime a dozen. It's pretty much every linebacker, edge rusher hybrid has these measurables. Maybe a little bit shorter sometimes, but they all have these measurables. What's hard to find is the guys like this. I'm about to pull up right now with these measurables. A little bit harder to find these days.
Josh Sweat.
Now let's go over his financials, kids, if you don't mind.
Sure.
This guy is definitely more suited to. He's a little bit, I'm gonna be a little bit tripped, but 29 is a good age. That's a guy he's perfect for what we want and to be able to get results right now. He's perfect for that. You know what I mean? At that age, I think they're well-rounded, right there at the peak of their career or heading towards the peak of their careers and getting ready to really, really get turned into really good edge rushers, man. And at this size, 6'5", 265, conversations being had around the Bears fan base is like, this might be a good trade. I know one thing. He wants the fuck out of Arizona. I know that. And the fact that they're doing a shakeup of the roster because Kyler's not there and they're just shaking the whole thing up. This is why the conversation is so relevant right now, because the fact is he's probably going to be with somebody else.
So, yeah. So this contract is set up perfect for Bears to take it on, actually, which is interesting. So they have a 2-year, they have a two-year situation where they give him a pretty large bonus up front. The remaining portion, about 50% of it, is set up for the last 2 years of his contract. There's about 4 mil, maybe 6 mil voided into future money that Arizona's stuck paying him regardless. But there's a potential out right now in 2026 where Arizona takes on a little bit or the bulk of this year's contract, and potentially the Bears would be on the hook for the next 2 years, or they could also, extend him and change that contract, right? So
what's the number again?
It's
I want
about
to say 25.
it's 23.6.
Okay.
Right. So just under 25 for the next 2 years is what they would be looking at. Basically, it's Sweat. It's like just if your last name is Sweat, you're basically making that like the same amount of money.
And they're about the same size, aren't they?
About the
10,
same
12
size, about the
million.
same skill set too.
If they don't rework the deal, it's about 10, 12 million a year.
What do you mean by that?
What did you just say? You said it's about 25 a year, right?
Yeah.
So about 12 million.
No,
12
25 a year.
25
Oh,
a year. Not
no.
25 total.
Oh
Not
no.
Well, I'll give you the up and the down. The up is, again, you would be getting a caliber player at a respectable number for not just the next 2 years, potentially the next 4 years if you work some magic. This particular player does get the job done. I don't know where they find the money, Levante. I don't know, to be real. But this is potentially doable. The real problem, and it's also the saving grace, is that you kind of buried a bunch of cash in 2 players that you could let go next year. Right? So the problem is this particular player at this money, you would have to trade capital, just like you said, Nomad, for them to pay for this player to play on the Bears this year. Hey, we're going to give you a second-round pick or something like that next year for this player. You pay, you're ready, you wait till the end of training camp, you bring him over. You're already contracted to pay him anyways. You pay him, you get the capital, we play him. And away we go. We don't really have to worry so much about that. You then extend them into the next 2 years with the knowledge that one of two things is going to happen. Either the 2 guys that you paid work out, and you then got to figure out what you're doing, which is not terrible, because if they work out, you can trade them for something. Let's just be real. And if they don't work out, you have your answer. Right? So this would not be the craziest. This wouldn't be the craziest move under the sun. This actually might fly.
I'm gonna give you a little upside here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna talk about the details of Josh Sweat. Number one, he's proven the guy gets results. Number one, you know what you're gonna get from Josh Sweat the minute you put him in the uniform. Number two, he's played championship football, and that has a lot of cachet. A lot of cachet. Somebody that knows what championship football looks like and knows what to do in moments. Knows how to, all right, we're getting close to the end. We're in the middle of the fourth quarter. I know this game is close and we're going to need a couple of plays. He knows what to do. You know what I mean? And I ain't talking about taking plays off or anything like that, but it's just knowing exactly how to execute in moments when when they need Josh Sweat to perform. He's got championship DNA. He knows what to do. You've seen that guy perform for the Eagles and win championships. And so that kind of cachet ain't for nothing. That's got value to coaches.
The only thing that worries me is the likelihood of having to listen to CNC Music Factory on repeat for the next 4 years.
Gonna make you sweat. Sweat.
I'm just saying, we got sweat on one side, we got sweat on the other side. I guarantee you, CNC Music Factory will rear its ugly head on a weekly basis for the next 4 seasons.
Hey, you know what else is interesting? Hold on, Trey. You know what else is interesting? This is what they expect Austin Booker to be in a few years. Same measurables. He's got about another 10 pounds to put on, but in maturation of a man, he's going to put those 10 pounds on.
I think he may have done so already.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's there yet, but he might be close.
Well, here, I'm about to blow y'all mind. Because even at 29 years old, I wouldn't mind a Josh Sweat because of, yes, it's 25 mil, but that's kind of bargain rate, nowadays for defensive ends. Now that, they're pushing like 35 and 40 per year. His guarantees have already been absorbed by the Cardinals. So it's not like he would be a big hit long term. He's right at the age to where, let's say you start Sweat and have Booker coming in behind him. It's not really going to stunt Booker's growth. It'll, I would think, only enhance it. Sweat, I think, is more accomplished, than the other defensive ends that he's competing with already on the roster. And it can be like a fourth rounder conditional third or third rounder conditional second based on playing time or whatever, parameters or incentives. So while it would, take resources to acquire him, I think at his age, at his contract, at what it would cost, and at the position, he's right at that sweet spot.
All right. I tell you this, the next guy we're going to talk about, and I do like Josh Sweat's game, and I think it's, as much as I like him, it's probably not as inviting as this next guy we're going to pull up. That's
really
Kayvon Thibodeau, 6'5", 258 pounds, right there at the precipice of where we want a guy to be as far as size, weight, length, and that kind of thing. His game is, kind of speaks for itself, but I'm gonna speak to it directly. This guy, again, man, he's one of the very, very bright spots on that Giants defense. That Giants defense has got some front pieces, bro. When I tell you they got some front pieces, they got some front pieces on that defense. And this guy really sticks out. And just when you thought that he was going to fade into black because they drafted the other cat out of Penn State, man, this guy's game just peaked. It really peaked. And he's only 25 years old. But this guy is a beast as a pass rusher, especially in crucial moments. This guy just has a way of getting it done and getting to the quarterback. Great burst off the line of scrimmage. His burst is incredible for a guy his height. 6'5", 6'6". You don't really expect guys to have extremely good bursts, but his burst is incredible. And his run game defense has just evolved over time, man. You can tell that the coaches that he's been dealing with has been putting extra emphasis on make sure that you set a proper edge. And so that's one of the things that coming from college when all they expect you to do is rush the passer. And, if you can get some good, edge rusher run stops, that's great. But if you want to get to the NFL, you better get some sacks and that kind of thing. In the league, you have to have a well-rounded game. And Kayvon Thibodeau, I'm telling you, I've watched his game evolve. And he's the truth. He is the truth. And I believe he's still in his rookie contract. And that's why did he get extended?
Not yet.
I don't know what's going on here. So I'm looking at the contract now.
I think they did his fifth year option or something.
It's something weird, but they've given him, I don't think it's really the fifth year, but maybe it is. In this being his fifth year, he's eligible to make about almost 15 mil. Whereas he was making just about $1 million a year previously. I don't know, man. This particular player is really weird to me because what we've watched, and I need somebody else to maybe make sense of it. I don't trust this organization. I don't understand this organization, much like anything in New York football outside of Buffalo is very confusing to me.
Okay, so what does that have to do with Kayvon Thibodeau and him being a potential for us?
Here's what it has to do with. I don't understand. So they've gone and they've drafted, I believe, 3 huge pieces on this line after drafting this guy. And he was billed very high. He's performed very well. I just feel like they know something I don't know, you know? Like maybe this guy's a straight up asshole and they hate him in the locker room. Like I just don't. It just feels weird that not only and like so they've drafted that, and then they also went and got Brian Burns too. Like they've done some very interesting things on this line.
Well, also
with
too,
Kayvon.
Also they've had now they're in their second run around with a new coaching regime. So when he was drafted, they had different coaches.
So maybe it's the opposite. Maybe they just sort of fell out of love with this particular player. I don't know, man. It just feels weird to me. But that weird feeling could turn out to be, a saving grace for the Chicago Bears, D line.
To be honest with you, with John Harbaugh there, he actually is the perfect fit for what they would prescribe for an edge rusher. But they also that high capital they gave up to get the guy they got out of Penn State, the next guy behind him, he's got to somehow make that work. And so they're gonna say, okay, you run this 3-4 set and you run it well with certain kind of guys. Yeah, I know Kayvon Thibodeau is, a perfect person for what you want to do, but now he wants a whole lot more money, and we got this guy on a rookie contract coming right behind him. It's just that simple. You make this guy work. And unfortunately, you might have to let this guy that you really like get out of here. That's what it is, really.
Now, this guy is not being that he's younger and out of whatever his contract situation is, wherever he's going, he's gonna probably want a new one. And I think he's gonna want more than 25. So he would be like taken away in competition to Booker, I would think, more so than Sweat. So it's, you know what I mean? So it'd be kind of like, nah, because Giants aren't going to give him away. They're going to want to, some decent compensation for him, and you got to pay him more, and he's going to take reps away from Booker. So yeah, I don't know about that one. Mr. Thibodeau.
I think actually this is going to be unpopular, but if a move like this was transacted, it'd probably be picked player for player, and then maybe another compensation piece for to go along with Booker. That's where I think it might go, if it goes somewhere.
Yeah,
TBD. If I had my choice under these circumstances, I'm probably going to roll with Book. Even though I love this football player. I just, you put so much money. I mean, so much. I ain't saying money, but you put a lot of time and effort into Austin Booker, and he's emerging. You know what I mean? And what I think the fan base, the whole reason for me even bringing up these conversations about woulda, coulda, shoulda, and what can be, is so that we address it, because people in the fan base are talking about it. Hey, how about this guy? How about that guy? Do we still need to make a move on the defensive line at edge rusher and all this kind of stuff? And by the way, we lost what's his name? Oh damn, AJ Epinesa to the Eagles. They signed him, and so the market getting ready to go into camp is going to thin out a little bit. You're going to see a bunch of teams going rush and sign a couple of guys, make some moves for a couple of guys. And before you know it, some of these names we're talking about might come off the market. And so really is what I thought it was going to be the whole time. I told y'all we're going to probably have to get in the pass for a couple of weeks before the Bears execute any move. And I think AJ Epinesa was just like, just in case you're there, let's get this workout in case you're there, we might want to bring you on. But they're going to have to put the pads on. Won't be any moves made until then.
Man, well, we'll have to see what this all shakes up at, and I'll be completely honest here. I think we're truly in a position where this team is just sort of resigned to what they have in place for a couple of reasons, and I think we go back and forth with those two major reasons. Reason one, they've just invested too heavily in this line, and may or may not see the return on it, but they have to see if they get the return. And the other real major question mark is like, how does making any level of a deal at this point affect the trajectory of Austin Booker? You might as well give him the opportunity to test the waters and really have a full season and see what you can get out of him as well. If you can't get what you need out of Austin, I think the three of us all also deep down believe we might be able to get what we need out of Austin. The other side of all this is, again, the other two guys, right? So you kind of just have to dig your head, dig your heels in or stick your head in the sand and just say, let's just see what happens and let these guys cook. If it works, fantastic. If it doesn't work, we truly know what we're going into the draft looking for in 2027. The only thing I have left to say now is, knock on wood, I've probably said that last phrase for the last 3 years running. So we'll see what happens.
Another thing I want to talk about before we get out of the Bears conversation is I just don't think this guy has gotten enough conversation. And just to give you some relevance as to how big of a piece I think he's going to be in this offense, they did not sign this guy for nothing. This guy is going to be huge for this offense to function right. I mean, absolutely monumental. Straight up, Khalif Raymond is going to be kind of pivotal to how this whole offense operates. It's about him, using him in motion, and getting him to give Caleb an indicator on what kind of defense they're trying to pull. And not just being a candy on a stick, a carrot on a stick, or anything like that. They will throw this ball to him, and they're going to throw it to him often, just to make sure that when teams go and see this tape, just know that Khalif Raymond is a real piece. He's a real piece. And again, that position player, that slot receiver player, right now, early is going to definitely be Khalif. We hope it's going to be Xavier at some point. But right now, I'm telling you right now, he's going to loosen up everything in this offense.
So far in the mini camps, the reports on Raymond have been, he's got young legs. He's in and out of his breaks. He's not only lining up in the slot, but he's, doing the outside receiver stuff. And he made a big, touchdown catch in practice. But I was giggling when this picture came up, because seeing these players, you don't really think about it, but at the podium when Khalif Raymond gave his press conference, it was like he was such a little dude that he could barely see above the microphones. And I was like, oh shit, he is a little fella. But he's out there, making plays. And so it's like he's got the veteran experience, he's got the familiarity with Ben Johnson and what Ben likes to do. He's a perfect, role model, and has expressed as such vocally that he's willing to, and he is helping, Xavier Thomas with, whatever, they need to learn and, be a professional, whether it be running a slot, whether it be returning punts and or kicks, so Xavier Thomas has someone, to to learn from, in that position. But Khalif still looks like he has something to offer as well beyond the mentorship.
Hey, Trip, can I take you through the anatomy kind of an offensive play from a defensive standpoint?
Yeah,
Real quick, just to support what I'm saying about Khalif just a little bit. So okay, let's just go from the offensive standpoint. Just the fact that you keep hearing Ben Johnson and all the other players talking about how clean and crisp it is. We be able to get into the huddle, get the play called, get to the line of scrimmage on time, right? And so you're dealing with a certain amount of time you got to get this thing popping with. So you get there with enough time. Ideally, you want to be at about 15 seconds. Ideally, but more times than not, you're going to be somewhere around 12, sometimes less. And what you want to do is get the quarterback, the center, to be able to identify what they see the defensive set is in. So the communication between those two is going to happen first. Center's going to see some things. You're going to see if the safety is kind of shading down or he's giving you a certain look. Quarterback's going to acknowledge it. Okay. They might have an extra little quick communication between them. Now they're going to use the motion guy. Now the motion guy is going to give him an extra little bit of information, extra identification. He's going to motion from one side or the other. Once he does that and he sees a certain thing, that's going to give the quarterback another indicator. And if it's what he thinks it is, and you see them go motion, let's just say motion right, and all of a sudden he zips back left, and it looks like he's about to take a jet to the other side. They just felt like Khalif has to have the communication with Caleb to know that if he sees this coverage over here, jet back to the other side, and we know what we're going to get. That's the value of Khalif Raymond, somebody that knows exactly the anatomy of the offense and knows the anatomy of a defense. Knowing exactly what that is, and you praying at the second year of Caleb's, his installs in this offense, he knows exactly what to do with that piece. And with all those weapons we have around him with Luther, these three tight ends, you got Romo Dunes, you got pieces that can really damage, and the running backs. I'm telling you right now, if Caleb Williams and Khalif Raymond are on the same page, if they can get their communication down, sounds like to me, just listening to Khalif talk at the podium, he's just trying to get the verbiage down. He knows the anatomy of the plays. They get the verbiage on point. This is going to be the most dangerous offense in the NFL. Telling you right now, and Khalif Raymond is going to be a huge part to play in that. Telling you, I'm telling you guys, we have not given enough conversation to this guy right here. He's going to be. It may not be the play that goes to him that makes you feel that way, but it's going to be the communication in the anatomy of the play that I just broke down.
You're not wrong. Because, the thing, he's bringing a few interesting things to the table. First thing is, just general veterancy as, the older statesman of this young group of athletes, right? That's area number one of influence. Area two is he's actually already been coached by and run through a Ben Johnson offense in the past. So there's a shout out to Ice Cold Magician, man. Welcome in. Thanks.
And we're not even broadcasting on X right now, but thank you, Ice Cold Magician. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
What up, True? What up, Dante?
Shout out to both y'all and the Iceman there too. But end of the day, the Khalif Raymond's going to bring some interesting things to the table, and I think all of those things are transferable to the rest of this squad. But mostly, I think he's going to bring mentorship very specifically for young Xavier Thomas. If these two players can not just get along, but if Xavier can learn from Khalif is really where we're at. He can learn this role from Khalif and add his own wrinkles into the role. Because as we've seen and talked about before, Xavier really has the ability to add some very special things to this offense. And a lot of those things will be established, I think, first and foremost by Khalif Raymond, including in the return game, right? Like,
Speed on the lives.
right. Like, I don't think we've given Khalif Raymond really anywhere near the respect that he deserves as a potential Pro Bowl return guy, right? Like he has that under his belt too. So these are all areas, in my opinion, that he can sort of sit down with the new young rookie and say, okay, so look what I can do, as they would say on Mad TV.
I just want to know if I don't know, was I in the weeds too much here, or did y'all understand?
No,
exactly
you weren't.
what I'm saying here.
No, you're truly saying that he adds he has a very interesting dynamic to this offense.
His role is pivotal, man.
It is, right? It is very pivotal. It's an important role for Ben Johnson's offense. He will be utilizing this in a major way. And I think, again, that in time will be transferred to Xavier.
It's just the thing I'm trying to say to you all is we want Xavier's going to be that guy eventually,
sooner or later.
Right away, I'm telling you guys right now, he doesn't understand what Khalif Raymond understands yet.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take a certain amount of reps for him to get to there.
Yeah, because I'm hype about Xavier as well because of his skill set and because it looks like he's still developing and he wants to be great. He's got the speed, he's got the work ethic, and Ben Johnson's calling him out saying he's making plays every day. And the thing is, it's like, yeah, 3rd round pick, cool, but he's still a rookie coming in. So while it's like, oh man, wait till we get Xavier out there, it's like, all right, give him a chance to learn and to earn his way onto the field, earn the trust, as they say. But in the interim, we got a wily veteran who can still contribute, who can still make plays and who's familiar, with the offense and what they want to do. And so it's a good placeholder, for lack of a better word, until, Xavier's up to speed to where it's like, all right, we got Raymond, he's still a serviceable player. He's still good as a mentor. He's still got the hunger and desire to be a football player. So it's like, yeah, let's ball out, baby. Let's go. Mouths to feed. Okay, whatever. The more the merrier is the way I look at it.
So when he gets to the line of scrimmage, by the time Caleb gets to the line of scrimmage, he gets on the center. He goes, blue 17. That tells the offensive line what to do. And he gets to the next part of his cadence. 18 something. And that gives the next part of the offense. That means the people in the backfield, including himself, that gives them identification on what to do. And all of a sudden he says, bumblebees, bumblebees, bumblebees. The guy that's in the jet suite or is in motion, that gives him an indicator. Hopefully, what Caleb just called out, the slot receiver that's in motion trying to give him identifiers, understood exactly what he was talking about and knows how to adjust what he's about to do off of that. He might have been running a deep drag or something like that, or a deep whatever, a bench, whatever the route was that he was going to run. It might be to get him to set up on a block, on a run. Whatever it is, it's constant communication. And having those two guys in particular on the same page, you just can't expect that from a rookie right away. It's going to take him a little time. Having this veteran here is going to hyperspeed the offense a whole lot faster than it probably should be because you have that veteran.
Well, it's going to hyperspeed, like, and this is why I said veterancy is key here, right? Like, it is going to transfer over to the young man very quickly in the case scenario where, unfortunately, this guy might not be able to suit up for one reason or the next sooner or later in this offense. So you've transferred that knowledge to the young man. He should be able to pick things up that much more quickly. Will he be a master of this role in this offense early on? No. It's going to take him a while to get there. And the easiest way to do that is by having somebody who is fully familiar with the role in place today, willing to share that knowledge with the young man.
And another thing that beyond the mentorship or whatever, Raymond is a clear upgrade, I would say, over Oz, Alameda Zacchaeus.
Product knowledge.
Well, just one thing to be said right there. He knows his role in this offense, period. Right? He's already done it for a couple of years. Whereas Oz had to come in and learn it last year.
Yeah.
Right. So you're bang on. There should be an upgrade over Oz. Let's just hope that his hands work a hell of a lot better than.
That damn commies game when he hit, and that would have been a 99-yard touchdown. Yeah, but go ahead.
Jeez. Yeah, there's a couple of those.
Let's not live in history, man. But this is the last guy I wanted to talk about because of obvious reasons, man. I think he's one of the guys that, as we get into the offseason and get thoroughly into it, you don't realize how important his role is in this offense, man. Ben Johnson's offense, to be able to loosen up some of the other pieces that he has, that guy that's operating out of the slot really is a pivotal piece, man. When they put that slot receiver on the field, he is out there getting keys and indicators and letting the quarterback know what to do with this ball.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. And sometimes the ball goes to him and he rips it up. Sometimes it doesn't, but that's how this offense is, the anatomy of this offense goes like that. When they have a great slot receiver that knows the offense that can really operate, it hyper speeds everybody else up. But yeah, man, that's any last thoughts about that before we get out of the Bears conversation?
Not really. I mean, just over the last little while, I've been hearing I've been hearing that he's been performing well in these camps, etc. So again, big ups to Khalif Raymond on sort of taking on that role and doing what he needs to in that position. I only see good things. When he first came into this role within this organization, I think we were all somewhat excited about it. The reality is that just sort of quickly got overshadowed with the draft and all the other things that were coming around. So, let's. I'm excited about what this offense looks like as a whole.
You know what's interesting about everything we just got to talking about? The thing I forgot to mention is one of the identifiers in any defense. Now, depending on whether it's a man or a zone, he's going to be able to move the slot corner. He's going to be able to move the nickel corner no matter what. But if he can get that safety to budge a little bit, if he can get that safety to kind of move, whether it's he's seen something on tape or he knows something about tape that slot receiver is going to give him an identifier. This is the chess game of football. That's exactly what they're looking for. Move a safety. Whether it's in the box or outside the box, quarterback knows it. Okay, this is what I'm going to do with the ball.
I'm going to say something crazy now, too. Like, there's nothing precluding putting both Khalif Raymond and Xavier Thomas on the field at the same time either.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all so busy trying to see Xavier out on the field. He's going to get out there, but
no, I'm just saying that, like, so you're running it's wild, right? So you put Xavier out wide, you have Khalif in the slot, you move Xavier into the backfield, and you're running and you're having you have Khalif run a reverse. Which direction are they going? What are they doing? Who's running the ball? And DeAndre Swift.
So like Khalif could be going that way, and then Xavion's going that way, and then it's a play action pass to a wheel route or to a screen, or
still two wide receivers and tight ends going out.
The thing about a defense is thing to know is you put both of those guys on the field at the same time, you know you're in the trick bag shit. If I'm a defensive guy, which I am, I know when I see those two guys trot on the field, or if one's on the field already, you trot another slot receiver out there, I know we're in the trick bag. And so you got to fight through that mindset with some discipline, experienced safeties. Like you got two Kevin Byard types of guys out there, they know that you just putting eye candy on the field. That's what you do.
Well, is it because Ben Johnson says specifically that, he was asked, are you worried about opposing defenses having film? And he was like, nah. Because
film on what?
We have, let's say we have one formation, we got 4 plays out of that formation, and then you have 8 plays because you can run it left or right. And then out of that formation, we are adding additional, routes and combinations and things. And so, that 8-play formation is now a 16-play formation. And so defenders see, the eye candy, if you will, and they're expecting, ABC, but it's actually XYZ. And so that's kind of like what Ben Johnson said to address what you're saying there.
Best thing I would do if I put both of those, I tried both of those guys out there. One of them motherfuckers getting the ball in the run. Number one, motion one of them into the backfield if I don't just set him back there in the first place. Or I'm doing some kind of play action where one of them is getting the ball. I split them. I have them both wheel out left, right, whichever one I choose to put left, whichever one I choose to put right. One of them guys is going to get the ball. That's what I'm going to make people see. Or I'm just going to hand the ball off to one of them. But anytime you put those two guys on the field, they know that defenses know that, oh, okay, these motherfuckers trying to set up something. That's just what they know.
But the question is, what are they trying to set up? This is the question that I'm trying to put on.
Who's covering Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland?
You know what I'm saying? So now you're looking at these.
That's exactly what they're thinking.
Exactly. You're looking at the eye candy. They move these guys around. They're doing special stuff with these two guys, but this is really a Colston Loveland post shot, or this is really a just eye candy and a handoff to DeAndre Swift, who's still in the running back position and he's going straight up the gut, or this is a deep ball to Luther Burden on the wing, and it was all just play action in the first place.
Or you do like Smitty, and then you put Colston as your fullback, and then you motion Xavion into the running back with Khalif out there, and then you run like whatever the hell, and it's like, who's going where? And now it's up to, Caleb to find that matchup and to deliver a catchable ball that will lead to yards after catch, because they are emphasizing that as well. For Caleb to put the ball in a position for your athletes to get your yak. And, so all of these are, points of focus. And hearing that, it's like, okay, well, shit, I don't know, Chicago Bears fans. It's like we might have ourselves an offense.
You know what, Trips? Now we can kind of pound our chest as we was talking through the offseason and the draft with the picks that they made. Oh, what the hell are you doing getting a tight end here? What the hell are you doing getting this receiver there? The multiplicity is what we're talking about here. And how you can't really zone in on one or two particular things. You got to pay attention to a lot of things. That's called thought. When you got a defense thinking, you got them weakened.
And this is where, it's nice that they have a year's worth of film on the Ben Johnson offense, because I don't think a year's worth of film means anything in year 2. at all.
Right.
I think it's all going to look the same, except now you've got moving parts that you don't know what to do with, and the offense should hopefully know exactly what to do with all them moving parts.
And I think that in addition to Xavier, Xavier and Thomas, but the factor that Khalif Raymond brings is speed. And the same way that Jahmyr Gibbs was able to unlock Ben Johnson's offense in Detroit because of the weapon that speed is and the way it can be, used to get the right matchups. Now we have multiple guys with speed. So the yards that were left on the field from, not having that juice, or, we would expect better routes, better scramble drills, better passes for more yak. So all of these factors should add up to, a lot of PPGs. That's points per game.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
And that's the hope. If they can put up some good points early in these, and like the one thing that does give me, it does give me hope about this upcoming season is many of the games that we walked into last season, they had the ability to score a lot of points early and just couldn't get it done. Couldn't get into the end zone, couldn't close business early in those football games. If they're able to do that this season, it changes the dynamic and it makes the defense have to play the pass, which is exactly what this defense is set up to do.
all right.
And one more comment, no, Matt. AC Adam, Ben Johnson is Ben John is blah, blah, blah. Check two. Ben Johnson probably sees every skill position as a running back. And that made me think of the line from the James Brown movie when he went around. He's like, what instrument are you playing? He's like, I'm playing my horn. No, what instrument are you playing?
Drum. Play it like a drum.
Play it like a drum. What instrument are you playing? A drum. What instrument are you playing? Drum. Are you a tight end? Running back. Are you a wide receiver? Running back. Are you running back? Running back. So it's like, yeah, that symphony that Ben is creating, he is instrumental in implementing the run game himself. He doesn't, designate that to his assistants because he wants to be all up in the offense from the ground up. And we are going to, be seeing that as they are now more comfortable installing new things. So it's like, yeah, let's go.
All right. Hopefully everybody's enjoying the content. And the Bears conversation, we broke it down pretty good, man. I can't wait to get some of the takes out of this conversation because it makes you think, makes you give perspective into what exactly the Bears are trying to do, the reason why they got this player or that player, their role, and the significance of it. All broken down right here in the offseason where everybody's talking about who should we trade for here. No, we just gave you in the weeds football right there. That's some football-y shit we just got to do it. So make sure you subscribe to all three channels, the Nomad Network, Kids of Canuck, and Sports Chicago style, man. Show us all some love. Give us a like. Make sure you share it to some people that need to hear this conversation the way we're breaking it down because it's unique. So, but we do have to take a quick turn, man, because you know what? The real world is outside the doors of the Bears organization and the fan base. We got to break it down. And to be quite honest with you, this is going to be some important shit to talk about today. And I'm not saying that just because I want to get a conversation going. This is real shit, but let's get it started like this. Either one of you guys, if you feel like it, help us out here and read through this.
I got you.
Yeah, I get it. Hold on. Right, got my spectacles right here. The Strategic Petrol Reserve. The U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the SPR, holds roughly 345 million barrels of crude oil. Because the U.S. consumes approximately 20 million barrels per day, the entire reserve would theoretically last around 17 to 18 days if needed to be relied upon. And for those that don't know, we done tapped into that. So, yeah.
I don't know. Have we? Because I don't know.
Yeah, we've tapped into that because of the quote unquote war that's an excursion, but not a war over there in Iran. That the Strait of Hormuz being closed, that it reduced the crude oil, and so to keep prices, well, not keep prices down because that ship has sailed, so to speak, but to lower prices, they dipped into the strategic reserves here, not only in the United States, but China has, as other Asian countries. And so the 345 million that it holds, I think, is down to like 100 and some million. And basically, the pundits that know this stuff are saying that it's going to be dwindled in, less than like a month and a half or something.
Remember when I gave you guys the date of the 4th of July?
Yeah, it's a little less than a month.
Yeah, that's where it's heading.
And so if that depletes, now things are going to be that much more expensive, and we won't have the safety net that this whole thing is made for. Nor will the rest of the world, but thinking about United States here.
Now, when it comes to prices that are already going up, it's $7 per gallon, depending on where you live. The thing to know is this, man. When you got this kind of corruption going on, basically what it is, where you think the rest of those reserves are going to go? You think they're going to go to the consumer to ease the price on us at the gas pump and all the things that we need oil for? No. It's going to go to companies that need production first, outside of what the military needs and outside of other rigmarole things that happen in the world. It's going to go right to the companies. It's going to go right to the companies that need to continue to flow. Those companies that people say are too big to fail, like banks, put them to the side. Talking about major oil companies, major manufacturing companies that need oil to survive. It's going to go there first. Now you can dwindle it down to about 20, 25 million barrels. Now you can put it down to there. And so whatever you're feeling at the gas pump, you're going to feel that exponentially past July 4th. I guarantee you that.
What? Why July 4th is the date for you? Why is that an important date?
Trip just broke it down for you.
That's when the reserves are at zero. And so now there's no fallback. There's only, what's in the supply chain that's still flowing. And so that, bumps up the price. And if there are any more supply chain disruptions or slowdowns, and now, the strategic reserves are empty, now you have, I'm old enough to remember in the, late 70s, where, you had block long lines at gas stations and a lot of signs. It's like no gas out, and tempers were hot and heavy, and things were just bad. This is like going to that stage of, not having supply, and what is available to the general public is, $7-8 a gallon or some shit.
It's bad.
I don't even want to talk about this shit. I'll just be real. I'm just like, so what? So why are they at war again?
Your guess is as good as mine, but they have not expressed any actual reasons, because technically the laws of the country, the Constitution says any conflicts beyond a certain amount of time have to be approved by Congress. And that means that you have to state why you're going to war, why it's necessary. But this administration, this regime ain't done none of that shit. And every time that, the dude is on, the news, it's, well, we need to free the people, or we need to make sure they don't have any nuclear stuff. We need to make sure they have this or that. So it keeps changing. So we can't say for sure, but all of the outside noise is saying that Netanyahu is pushing Trump into it, and they have their own regional conflicts, and so it's just a hornet's nest that got poked, and now you can't get out of it.
So let me try.
Hold on, Ked, before you go to your pissed off place, where I know you're going.
I'm not pissed off. It just
let me say this.
Sure, go ahead.
I don't know if you notice. I know in this country, if you pay attention to what you see as you're pulling into the gas station. Usually, you'll see those signs if you pay attention. Ethanol possibly at 10% or something like that. I don't know if y'all know what ethanol does to gas. It's been said to make gas last longer, but it doesn't. It really doesn't. Now, all of a sudden, ethanol is up to 15% on those same signs. And what people are saying is, okay, that's not the worst thing in the world. I'm talking about physically for a vehicle. You're not going to get what you got out of a gallon of gas with 15% ethanol in it. That's just the way it is. You're going to run through a gallon of gas real fast.
They're stretching it, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And no, that's not going to stretch it. They lied. The lie they told about ethanol and what it does to a gallon of gas was a goddamn lie. You put 15% ethanol in a new engine, you're just going to burn right through it. You put 15% ethanol in an older model vehicle, you're going to mess up your car.
Because the engines, they weren't designed for ethanol running through their systems.
Exactly. Not that much ethanol.
So, where I was going, what Triple R kind of explained to me is that goalposts are moving. There's no, Congress can do nothing to effectively mitigate this situation. This situation is unfortunately global in scope. The consumer, from a gas perspective, has no recourse whatsoever, and again, neither does Congress. So one more time, I fail to understand what's happening here, other than this being a very purposeful maneuver. What the purpose is, I don't know. I couldn't tell you any more than the more obvious statements that we could all make.
Well, the only other possible explanation would be a distraction from certain files.
Even that, okay. Even that is somewhat of a moot point, because let's just be real here, right? So,
how's that a moot point?
I'm going to tell you how. So, if I'm just going to put myself into the shoes of the orange human being, and those files are out there, they're probably going to destroy my ability to maneuver in an effective manner today in my position, in my role, and would definitely hamper my ability to continue on in any capacity after this term. So I'm kind of damned if I do and damned if I don't. I'm damned. So instead, I damn the whole entire global supply chain of oil and economy.
World. Yeah, fuck them.
You know what I mean? Like it doesn't it's not like we don't know that he's in the files.
I can tell you ahead of time what
sociopaths do.
I can tell you ahead of time what you're missing, kids. Not only what Trips just said, which is important. He is a fucking sociopath, but also somebody's biological timeline. That he knows he's not long for this world. And because he's fucking evil. He knows he's not long for this world, and he's trying to keep from having to face what Triple R said in the first place, which is what he knows he done. And he's trying to keep all the distraction going, no matter what he has to do to keep it going. If that means dooming the rest of the world, everybody else's pockets and livelihoods, that means you doom them. It means my savior. He knows his biological timeline is short. He won't be here with us on the face of the earth for long. And he knows it. That's what you're missing.
So it's one of those, I'm going out with a bang. Everybody else, fuck them.
But, and it's just, I don't know anymore. Even that is ridiculous, right? Like we're
a rational person.
No, fair. Fair. Maybe I'm just too damn rational here, right? So like we all have an expiry date, just like every carton of milk, all have one. We're eventually gonna, move in that capacity, such as life. I'm not gonna like me again. If it was me, I would not let the fact that my milk carton might expire taint my cup of coffee.
Well, yeah, but if you've always been an evil son of a bitch, you're gonna go out as an evil son of a bitch.
And that's
there is no mercy. There
should be levels to that,
reprieve. Though. There is no I'm sorry's. Nah,
I think there should
be about that life.
I think there should be levels to that, though. So, like, if you're saying that he's an evil son of a bitch, which I don't think any of us can refute, it would take somebody much closer to him as a person to refute it. Sure as hell ain't me. You're not gonna get it from me. If you're an evil son of a bitch and you're in these files and you've done potentially some of the things that folks are saying, and I'm not even saying all of the things, just some of them that people are saying that you may have been involved in, then check mark. You're an evil son of a bitch. You don't really need to quadruple down and screw the planet. You win. You're an evil son of a bitch already, and we already know. So
why
this level of distraction? What's that?
Your equations suck. Number one,
I'm sorry.
You're using reason and rationale, and
you're using logic and empathy
in the same equation as psychopath, and it equals the same thing. Fucking psychopath.
Right. There is no rhyme. There is no reason. There is no understanding. What you understand is evil is what evil does. There is no, well, I don't want to be evil. Nah, I want to be as evil as I can before I leave. Is kind of thing that's happening. That what Corny's saying here. What up, Cornelius? Hurting other people, makes some people feel good.
That's the ideology.
Where your thought process is, well, why you got to be an asshole for? You know what I mean?
It's not even that. It's like if you're an asshole and you're an asshole, like I don't understand what ratcheting up the asshole does. You know what I mean? Like
bigger asshole.
Why would you want a legacy over, like, if you have, and look at the position he's in. This is what I don't understand. If you have a legacy of being a shit disturber, that's fine. You've disturbed a fair amount of shit, but you actually have the ability to not necessarily disturb shit. You could leave a legacy that's I'm not saying that you're going to really clean up this can of worms that you've left in these files, but at the very least, maybe you could come out of this thing and have folks say, well, shit, like this guy did some stuff that was semi-amicable, and maybe this was cool. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
You still
I don't know what to
using
tell you.
thought, reason, rationale, normal human behavior. Psychopath doesn't have any of those identifiers.
Yeah,
Wait, think of what was
fair.
your buddy's name? That was cool with you, but is a psychopath. That you grew up with, that you told stories about. It's like, yeah, that dude was cool, but yeah, that dude was off.
They don't function like normal people.
Well,
They just don't, man. And
there
if you
are
never
people
met,
like that, man. There are.
you probably met several people in your life that don't have normal human emotions, reactions, same spirit. They don't have a fucking soul, bro.
Yeah, like the
But
example earlier, when you walk into a restaurant, you're a server, and it's like, hey, can I help you? And they just look at you like, I'm not here for your fucking pleasantries, or they might even say that. It's like, why? Yeah, whatever. Just give me my order and shut the fuck up. And they don't care about your feelings. They don't care about being polite. They don't care about the social contract. That's just not something that they give a shit about.
It's how much damage can I do? And the only pleasure I get is inflicting that. That's the only joy some people get, is how they can F you up because you have regular human emotions and you have joy. You have, joy in your life. Just having joy in your life, people that don't have those regular human emotions want to take it from you any way they can. That's why you see when sometimes you see people on videos, you see people just rolling up. It'd be a family somewhere having a good old time, music playing, and everybody's dancing, eating, having a good time. The barbecue pits going, and the people around them ain't feeling none of that vibe, and they're just like, "Can y'all just stop?" Because it's disrupting what I think is my spirit. I don't want to hear it because I can't enjoy any of that. I can't feel none of that vibe. You don't understand what you're dealing with around you in society. You have people like that all around you that don't have any of that going for themselves because they're just there.
How much empathy did Homelander have in The Boys?
Well, he's a little like slightly different case. Like that level of narcissism
is what we have.
Yeah, I'm. Here's really what I'm trying to say. I can't fucking relate to that. You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying. I can't really on a global scale. The bait and switch here is, hey Don, the bait and switch is not working. If you can hear it, it's not working. There's no bait and switch here. You're swapping evil for more evil, which is fucked.
Yeah.
That's just fucked. I'm sorry.
People like that find resolve in chaos, kids.
But my point is, he's already steeped in chaos. More chaos for chaos sakes is fucked.
Well, yeah, that's what we're dealing with.
Adjective that I can use
tell
here,
you, man. Trying to tell you, shit.
And some people are fucked.
Yeah. Some people are, and most of those people, I wind up beating the daylights out of in like a, argument,
look at
close quarters conversation or relationship. Like I couldn't.
Want to read what Commish got?
Read Commish's comment. What up, Crooked?
I think the good vibes and calm makes them feel uncomfortable. Chaos is where they feel comfortable. And again, that's cool, but
no, the fuck it ain't.
No. Let me finish speaking. It's cool in a vacuum. You know what I mean? In a small case scenario under your purview and control, within a company, an organization that you run, within a, that's cool in that scenario. At a global scale where everyone is engulfed in your chaos, it is the furthest thing from fucking cool, bro.
I'll tell you what.
That's me finishing a sentence. You know what I mean? That's me finishing
I know we're cutting you off a lot, kids, but where you going? We're trying to taper a little bit, because when you start talking about rationale, you start thinking about, okay, why would this guy be this, what do you want to call it? Zero-sum game with his mindset. When he has children, when he has grandchildren, he has all this going on. All it means is, unfortunately, none of that he gives a fuck about, really.
Right.
In real life, he just might show face on the screen and during camera shots that he cares. He doesn't care. Because once he's gone, he thinks the world ends.
Well, that's a great way of looking at it, but for me, it's just slightly a little bit different, and I'm just going to boil it down. There's 0 point to this other than screwing over humanity from a global economic, viewpoint. And to that degree, you should probably just maybe, like, for a minute there, he said, "Hey, let's just time out on this war thing. Let's just take a time out." And everybody took a time out, and it was cool for a couple weeks. We kind of put it behind us for just a couple weeks. But now we're back. And being back, there is no difference in actual rationale for this war. For this, and like I say the war, but I just mean for this $345 million barrel of crude oil reserve case scenario that we're dipping into. There's no validity here. There's no science to this. There is no immediate threat. There is no
legitimate
reason. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's really no argument to be had here. So we should probably stop down this path to avoid.
See, there you go, thinking logically.
Again.
Well,
you're trying to put logic where it doesn't fit. We get what you're saying, on the human level, on the empathetic level, on
me.
But no, it's just, that's like saying, well, why is that shark eating that poor seal? Well, that's what they do.
No, because the shark's eating the seal because he's hungry. I can come up with a fucking rational reason to explain that. I cannot come up with a fucking rational reason as to why each and every man, woman, child on the planet is going to be paying astronomical numbers just to get from point A to point B with a vehicle.
What you're missing, Kaz, is
there's no rationale.
You actually give a shit about the people that came behind you, the people that you put on this earth, and you want a better place, at least a solid place, some kind of solid foundation for them to stand on. That's called being a rational human being.
Right.
We're talking about irrational, and you are having a hard time separating it.
No, well,
remember Al Capone? Was Al Capone a good guy?
But so no matter what analogy you're going to come up with, I'm going to be able to look at this analogy and give you a reasoning behind Al Capone. I can give you a reasoning behind the shark. I can give you reasoning. Mm-hmm. There is no fucking reason for this. What? There is none.
Well, put it like this. Nomad mentioned
Iran is nowhere near the United States of America. Whether they have nukes or not, very likely the nuke would be shot out of the sky before it got anywhere near.
That's not even an issue.
You know what I mean? Like, there's
the issue is what Nomad was referring to earlier, that some people, whether they be in power or be your next door neighbor or family member, they're just not right. And whether it be evil for the sake of evil or hate, or because they were not hugged enough as a kid or hugged, quote unquote, too much, whatever the case may be. But just this past weekend here in the United States, I believe it was Atlanta, Georgia, I saw a clip that a black family, kids, grandmas, aunties, uncles, cousins, all, family was having, a cookout in their house. A white guy drove by, yelled out, expletives, and they was like, yeah, whatever, gone. We just trying to mind our business, having our fun. He came back armed with a assault rifle and, a vest and all this stuff. And he came back shooting at a family, having a cookout. And so there's an actual video that, one of the family members took, and they're screaming, they're running in the house. You're hearing gunshots. And it's like, why is this dude doing that? These people did nothing to him, but he has that hate. And this hate is, for the color of people's skin. But fortunately, there was I believe, a 62-year-old, like the grandfather or something, former Marine, Semper Fi, and he was, holding his heat, and he was able to, fire back. So he literally said he went out in front of his family to face this guy with this long gun full of hate, and he mirrored him and was able to, take him down. He's still alive and all, but why? Why did he do that? Why would somebody, shoot up a school? Why would somebody shoot up a church? It's like ideology, and it's like, or they're just evil, hateful motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a much better analogy. I'm going to sit here and say that I can't relate to any of those things, and the reasoning behind them, there's really no reasoning behind it. So in those scenarios, we're talking about a rogue one-off human being who's just gone off the deep end because of whatever reason he's gone off the deep end. And again, there's really no justification here. How did a democratic society fall victim to a rogue, ruthless individual that's running off?
Before we even go there, man, that's a whole other conversation.
No, but like, I'm not even talking about voting him into power. I'm talking about today. If this person is crippling society, even though he's in power, does he just remain in power? Nobody can do fucking anything.
Well, but it's
nothing that can be done.
Well, the thing that we spoke about earlier, the things that can be done, between the Senate, between the Congress, and the Supreme Court, they're all acquiescing or supporting the ideology. The Confederacy, if you will, rides again. All the people that were pro Confederacy went to law school, and over the course of a few decades, they've been changing laws, getting put in positions. And so now, while this evil fuck is doing all this stuff, it's a group effort. And so the people that could stop them aren't. And it's like, well, why aren't they? And it's like, well, what are they benefiting from this? What are they gaining from this? Is it just intimidation, or are they really, down with the program, but just quietly? And the more and more it looks, is like there's a whole lot of people within the government that are down with that program.
All right, let me round this conversation off. Trip is right. He's been dead ass right this whole conversation here, through this whole conversation. Dead ass right. And I can say a whole lot of stuff right here, but I'm not gonna say it, because right now we need to see this shit for what it is. And we are in a situation that we are in right now for a reason. And we just detailed and pinpointed exactly what that reason is. However, it's even deeper than that. This is some more to fallout. One of y'all want to read this? It's real quick. Go ahead.
I got my spectacles. All right, market fallout. A leading U.S. real estate expert is reporting that approximately 17.2 million homes are set for foreclosure in the next 6 months. If correct, there are warnings of looming economic crash.
Just to put in perspective, real quick, thank you for that, Trips. 17.2 million homes headed for foreclosure. Think about that. If 17.2 million, if we get anywhere near that number, we're going to have an economic collapse. Because when people don't have stable home, and it's only so many people in the country that can provide themselves with a stable housing, whether it be a home they bought or whether it be real estate they bought to rent out to other people. If they don't have that kind of stability, the markets will crash. 17.2 million in the grand scheme of however billion people live here might sound like a small thing, but that's huge.
Yeah.
I promise you that's a huge number.
It is, and that follows up with there's a lot of foreclosures that are happening within the farm industry. There's a lot of self unalivings going on with people who can't face the thought of the financial collapse and losing their family of farms that have been there for generations. We got supply chain problems that affect not only the farms but the real estate. Today it's like, oh, we don't need anything from Canada. And it's like, well, shit, Canada is where we get most of our wood for construction. So building new homes is going to be that much more expensive or impossible if we don't have any trade agreements with Canada. Lumber and supplies and materials.
And
So not
steel
only
and
are
aluminum. There's
all of
it's a lot of stuff that comes over, and it's not that it won't come over, it's that it already costs more because of the tariff. Like the tariffs have a reverse effect, right? It sounds like, hey, it costs Canada more. It does, but what like when you buy a product that's gone up due to inflation, you inflate the price of the product when you resell it. And considering that those goods that you just mentioned are goods that the United States of America actually purchases from Canada, just means you're paying that much more for it. It's fucking
and
crazy.
yeah, it's ridiculous. And now you add in the fact that a lot of people are unemployed, obviously, because they can't pay their mortgages. So what's going to happen to these homes? They're not going to go to, you know, needy people who are going to live in them. They're going to get bought up by, corporate raiders who will come in and have the cash to pay pennies on the dollar and then, jack up the rates and rent them out. And that's part of what the housing problem has been in this country. So the lack of new houses and the absorption of corporate raiders buying up the property, and now you got foreclosures coming into the mix. We've already cut so many of the social programs. That means they're going to be that many, however many of the 17.2 million homes. How many people are in those homes? At least 2 or 3. I mean, that's a lot of homeless people. And now we don't have the social services. We got no health care. We got all kind of worms in the food. There's all kind of shit going on. So yeah, the next 6 months, whether it be oil reserves, whether it be foreclosure, there's a whole lot of shit to prepare for.
Well, we'll see. Like, I don't know, man. We'll see how this is handled too. So when we're talking about foreclosure, one of the immediate effects of foreclosures at this scale will be on the banking industry itself, because they're the ones who are left holding the bag on those mortgages. And usually when they mortgage out, what they do is they resell those mortgages to somebody else on the back end to cover their losses. The problem is now whoever purchased that back end portion of the deal is ultimately screwed over. They might have some levels of insurance on it, whereas the banking organization, again, is still left in the middle holding those mortgages because they are the lender. So when the similar things happened in 2008, they basically got a whole bunch of money. We printed, the United States printed a bunch of money and handed it back out to certain people within the banking industry, and they sort of read up and protected themselves at the cost of Joe America. That idea alone creates all types of additional inflation, which
were
kind of means that,
by the way,
fair. I'm just saying what it means in the end is just that, I'm in Canada, it'll still affect me too, but these two guys above and below me, as well as all of y'all out there in the world, will be left paying potentially for these 17.2 million foreclosures.
Let me help you out here, kids. Let me break it down a little bit more simply. number one, I don't know very much about the markets. I'm not one of those gurus out there that can tell you in-depth detail about markets. What I can tell you is a simple thing that is predicated on how well those markets go. And there's futures, and what I mean by futures, it comes down to another thing that means consumer stability. All of everything that they do and making all that money comes down to consumer confidence and stability and futures. When you don't have those two things that are the bedrock of why those people make that money, you got free fall. You got a lot of things dropping out. And so people either lose a lot of money or they get the fuck out before a lot of money is lost. Third thing I would say about that all, if I was to give you my devilish mind, which I will speak, everybody has an angel and everybody has a devil on either side of them. The evil thing to do would be get you some credit cards. If you can get multiple, get them and run them some bitches up. Because if this thing plays out the way I think it is, they will have no way to redeem any of that money you spent.
Now, Kez wouldn't do that because he don't want to owe nobody no money like that. He want to have good credit.
No, I'm black people, bro. My credit is only so good as it stands today. So me getting a whole bunch of credit cards and things along those lines is somewhat of a pipe dream. And if I do get approved, it's probably on some low wallet share bullshit anyways.
Secured cards.
You know what I'm saying?
How much you gonna send us? That's how much
I'm gonna give you $500. You're gonna give me $500 back, and that's kind of where we're at. But on the flip side here, man, what are we doing, man? So really, I'll say it one more time, and then I'm gonna go get something to drink because I'm super thirsty at this point. Considering the water conversation, basically all of the above that we've discussed during this here doomsday survival situation is a planned and coordinated effort to move away from the paper dollar and directly towards cryptocurrency.
Oh boy, here we go, man.
No, there's no here we go. That's what this is.
Let's stick to where we are, man. Let's stick to what we're talking about.
I'm going to go get myself some water.
Go get you some water, man.
I'm gonna.
It's trying to sell crypto. Get the fuck out the screen, man. Go get you some more.
Oh yeah,
sell
Bitcoin.
Crypto. Do I look like I work for crypto.com, man? Damn it. I'm gonna go get me some nicely boiled
water, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's, to me, the logical thing is like this looks like there's no brakes on this right here. None whatsoever.
All gas.
And dog, like if you can't get credit right now, run them shits up and get what you can get physically out of this and stash it for when you might need it.
And make sure that you have, it's amazing that it's not the healthiest thing to drink the water out of the tap or the faucet, and for a possibility of these doomsday scenarios and market crashes, have you some cases of water, jugs of water, just in the back of a closet, or someplace to drink, have the canned goods, prepare as much as you can, with MREs or meals ready to eat or things that you don't need to cook, just in case. If nothing happens, it's not a waste because you can still use the stuff later. So it's not like you have to throw it away or, worry about it. So just plan ahead for the possibilities. Because if shit gets bad, it's bad.
Hey, Trips, you know what I think about when I see these numbers I'm looking at on the screen? I'm thinking about all these millions of people that have been, living in a certain place, living a certain kind of lifestyle because they've convinced themselves that they're better than everybody else that doesn't live this lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
Coming down high off the hog into the lower end of the hog and having to try to live around us, the people that didn't do as much financially. And what kind of pieces of shit that we might have to deal with because they're uncomfortable, they're unhappy, and they're basically desolate. And we might have to take a crowbar upside somebody got.
And they will still come at you all entitled like.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about when I see these numbers and the kind of the places it looks like we're going to. Like, man, I'm not going to deal with you around me. Or what, you mad because you live in my neighborhood, man? I fuck you up, man. Get the fuck away from me.
And so, that mentality of whether, people are spiraling because of, they're losing their job or they're losing their homes or social media got them all gassed up. Whatever the case may be, that's reality. No matter how much we want to say we should all be, singing kumbaya and passing, a joint to the Doochie on the left hand side. That's not where we at. We at right now where you got to knuckle up and guard your grill, and prepare for bad shit. And not because we want it to, but because, hey, look out your window.
Another thing too, Trips. There's a couple two things that I need to mention here. Is I couldn't really get the data that I felt like would be exactly what I wanted to produce on the show. But it really seems to me, and I don't know whether people are fudging this shit, but I know there's some reality to it. If that many people's homes are headed towards foreclosure, the what do you call it? The repo rate? And I'm seeing a whole lot of videos on it, but I can't find the accurate information I need for the show. The repo rate seems to be extremely high. People are giving up cars, I'm seeing people die for a car because that car was the only thing, that's the identity piece that made people think around that individual that had the car that made them feel like, okay, I'm better than you. They will die for that fucking car because that was their status symbol. I'm seeing a whole lot of repos, and people are fighting the repo men, shooting, trying to unalive people about their cars. And that's getting awful. Other
Right.
thing that I didn't mention is the screwworm epidemic that's going on in states in the South. And that's another thing. Canada, I wish kids could hear this, but Canada was early to the game and basically banning all imports of beef from the United States temporarily because
Right.
we eradicated that in the 60s, a long time ago. But since all of a sudden this administration gets in here and these boring ass, do nothing administrative jobs that they think that keeps everybody's food safe, they gutted all those jobs.
Cut self-own like some bitch.
And now the screwworm is thriving again.
And now it's like we were already hurting in the beef industry. But now, this is another on top of another self-own. So, the Doge cuts that literally said, we don't need these sterile flies. We know we need sterile flies for. Cut that, save that money. Now it's costing more in the long run because without those flies, now you get these damn screwworms, and they're eating the flesh of the beef, and we can't eat that. So another food chain issue, another health issue that realistically the grown-ups that used to address that stuff, ain't nobody there doing it.
Subsequently, it's gonna also inflate the price of beef.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that pound of ground beef that's $8. Well, shit, I might as well get the Wagyu.
Man, dude.
So I did. It's like, well, shit. Normally it's like, well, damn. The Wagyu's twice as much as your regular beef, but shit, now it's all the same price for now.
It's horrible, man. It's horrible. But what we're gonna do today is I had two record breakdowns that I wanted to do, but I'm trying my best to squeeze in this movie because I think it's one of the more important movies, especially right now, to talk about. We're gonna do a movie breakdown, and hopefully we get to a record breakdown if that's cool with you. All right,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
let me pull it to the side. Pull it to the
You know,
side.
because Smitty's got the itis.
Everybody does right about now, but we're gonna get to.
What is that? Bacon double cheeseburger, tater tots, 2 beers, 9% alcohol, full and sassified.
Oh, I know he good. That sounds good right now. Now, this is Malcolm X, Denzel Washington starred movie. And I know we talked about Ray last week, and we went on about how good that performance was and how talented Jamie Foxx is. All true. To me, that was the second best performance I ever seen in my life. But if you have never seen Malcolm X, produced by Spike Lee, executive produced by Spike Lee, and starring Denzel Washington, I don't care what you think about what a Muslim is, what the Nation of Islam is, what you think about black people. But if you want to see human evolution in real time, this movie is all that for you. You're talking about somebody that was, you know, really in the mud with it, as they call it right now. You're talking about somebody scratching and scraping and basically trying to get it however they can get it in the early part of the development of the United States. Black people wasn't really worth shit. And they were getting it out of the mud. And, a soup kitchen might have been somebody's only hope for that night. You know what I mean? It was that bad. Black people were really scraping. You're really, really scraping. And this guy was in the belly of that beast, Malcolm X. And where he came from and ended up in prison because he was doing all kinds of, crimes and just doing
White women.
hoodlum shit. And he went from going to jail, meeting some people that helped him elevate his life who were in the Nation of Islam, to emerging as basically the centerpiece of the Nation of Islam. That whole story, I don't want to give it all away, but I'm just telling you where he ended up in the end is a story for all mankind.
The arc of this story, it, as a black kid growing up in America, we didn't have a lot of Hollywood references that were like thought out like that. The first one was Roots, Alex Haley, and it's like, oh shit, slavery, that sucked. But then this movie came out, and from him hot press or lying his hair, make it straight, straightening his hair, and dealing with the street life, to his
It's
realization,
the only life I know.
right? To the realization and to finding a home within, the Nation of Islam, but then to see the political things that went on in there, and how people that brought him in, how they acted, and how once his realization of what the actual religious aspect versus what they were doing as a religion group, and then that, and then his willingness to work with others, and then the willingness to have his own kind do what they did. So there's a lot of twists, a lot of turns, but the actual cinematography and the changing of the eras as he aged, and the way it was filmed, it was a very good historical, with a little screenwriter ad lib here and there, but not really. So the course of him, meeting with King, or meeting other people at the time like Cassius Clay. You know, it then or Muhammad Ali, after the fact. But yeah, it was a good flick. It won awards. It was uh acclaimed, and Denzel. I mean, come on, he's a thespian for fuck's sake. Let's go.
Trips, I've never seen a representation of somebody's story come across the screen the way this came across the screen and make me believe it. This was the real deal. This was the real deal. I mean, he became Malcolm. Denzel became Malcolm in this movie. And some of the little side stories I hear about how this movie was produced and how Denzel prepared for it. It was a whole year in advance. He took a year to go meet with people, study them, and he put the work in. And this, the industry did not want to produce this film. They thought it was too powerful. Spike Lee had to go around to his rich friends, and this gives you a perspective about timing. This film would have never been made, 20 years after Malcolm passed, because really nobody had the money to do it. That had enough influence. It got to a point where he had to reach out to Michael Jordan. He had to reach out to your Oprah Winfrey's of the world. He had to reach out to your Bill Cosby's, anybody that had money, because the studios did not want to produce this film. And so he had to make it happen. And that's one of the stories beyond the story. But the story itself is a man that went through every human element you can think of. And there was a time where he did not like, there was a certain amount of hate for white people during the filming of this and his life. And he came full circle by the time this thing came to the end. And again, if somebody didn't see this movie, I apologize to you in advance, but by the time he went to Mecca, and that's in what they call the Holy Land of the Arab world, that's over in Israel or Palestine, is what it is, Palestine. He went over there and he thought Muslims were all dark-skinned people. And he went over there and found out Muslims came from all different shades of humanity. You don't have to be a dark-skinned person to be a Muslim. And he learned that, and that changed his whole worldview. And so, anyway, you get to that part of the movie and the way that Denzel came across on the screen. This is the best screen performance of a particular real character that I have ever seen in my life. This was so directly on point that I can't, man, the embellishment I have about this and how he did not win an Academy Award. We should just burn the Academy. Fuck him. They don't deserve to exist if he doesn't win an Academy Award for this. And he did not.
Pretty sure I'm pretty sure that's the last Academy Award show that I watched. I'll be honest about that. I think I stopped watching the Academy Awards, the Oscars, after Spike Lee and Denzel kind of stormed off on this film, with all the reason in the world to do so. Nomad, you're right. I won't get into the guts of this movie, for multiple reasons. The first one being, it's been a long time since I've watched this movie. I may butcher it. The second reason is, this movie is a movie I think everybody should watch. It is that powerful with respect to the overall direction of the film, as well as the acting in the film, courtesy of Denzel Washington. Direction by Spike Lee. Spike Lee sort of gives you an everyday average character who has a everyday average arc that turns into something of power. There's a real crescendo in this film, and then it leads into a deeper revelation, which Nomad just unfortunately gave you guys. And that revelation is really just that, like, what he came to understand was Islam slash being a Muslim wasn't really presented to him the way that it actually is in practice. And when he went to go and see that practice on his own, he had a bit of an epiphany and a bit of a personal change. And that became reflective towards the end of this movie and the end of his life as well. That being said, I'm trying to think if so. Denzel winds up, I believe, winning an Oscar for his performance in Training Day as a bad guy, and I'm just trying to think if, like, if he really, truly, actually if he did actually do a better acting performance ever in a film. And
negative stereotype.
I'm just gonna say,
They're
like,
gonna reward that.
You know what I mean?
Good, man.
Training Day was a great show, a great movie.
It was nowhere near as good and impeccable.
This is where I'm going, right? So Training Day was he acted very well in Training Day, but by no stretch of the imagination was that Oscar winning performance in Training Day it can't even hold a candle to what he put on display during this film. There's no two ways about me making that statement. They're not even remotely close to each other in scope. I don't know who wound up winning the Oscar that year versus Malcolm X, but it was an absolute lie / travesty that it happened. Again, one of the best films that I've ever watched. I don't need to watch it multiple times to get what I got out of it the first time. It's a long movie, but a great movie.
3 hours.
Right? Well acted all the way through, well directed all the way through.
What's up, man?
I just love the story of a human evolving from what you are and what you perceive people to be here in this country because of your experiences in this country, and that's all you know.
Yeah, he was just a product of his environment.
Yes, and then you become a little bit more, you get to see people in other parts of the world and
expanding horizons,
and it changes your perspective. That's exactly how people should be.
Mm-hmm. But first you have to be willing and able to, venture out of your own neighborhood. In Chicago, kids, there are people that, are born and raised in the city, but never leave, a 5 square mile radius.
Mm-hmm.
This I totally believe and can understand, and thank goodness that this particular character, as in Malcolm X, not Denzel Washington, really had the ability to experience and be a product of it's a great story, right? And when I say a product of his own environment, he was up to fucking no good. Things were not good. He was doing things that he shouldn't have been doing, and eventually kind of clued in and moved in a manner that was counter to all of the things that he'd grown up and experienced, and eventually became this person. I have to give a shout out to all the people who helped put this on. You touched on a couple of them. Big Bill Cosby, man, doing time for roofies and all that. He put a lot of money into this movie and made sure that it got off the ground. Shout out to the Quaaludes.
It was great for a cultural perspective to have those people that attained all that wealth and access to make sure that they made sure that Spike Lee knew, Denzel knew that this was important for our culture, for this story to be told.
Yeah.
Another little side note. I bet you people would not believe this if I told them. But the guy that was playing Shorty, which was Spike Lee in this movie, in real life, that was Red Fox himself.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
John Sanford was his name at the time before he became
Red Fox. Was that guy? Was Malcolm Little's homie?
Yeah,
back when it was now pimping.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
So that should be noted. Red Fox was his homeboy. They both kind of migrated to New York and was trying to figure out life. And they was just some kids running around, robbing and jumping trains and getting from here. They were just living life, by the seat of their pants. And, they was doing whatever they had to do, getting something to eat at the end of the night and getting to the next day. And that's how they were living. That was Red Fox, the guy that played Shorty. But his name was John Sanford.
Damn, Ryan Flux. I did not know any of that, and that's all the more reason for him to have become a Muslim. Magic Johnson.
Man, don't even listen to that shit.
I'm just seeing what's in the chat. Magic Johnson helped put some money into this. You mentioned Michael Jordan, good old.
And Michael Jackson too, I think.
I believe Michael Jackson, most definitely Prince. Prince also put some money into this particular project, and again, Oprah Winfrey. So this became a community thing because the powers that be had pulled money out of this movie. They did not want this movie to be released or to be produced.
Right.
And when I say the powers that be, the fact of the matter is that Spike Lee had he made a lot of noise in Hollywood after Do the Right Thing. Do the Right Thing was an unexpected box office smash. It did very, very well. It made a lot of noise and a lot of money. So in that respect, Spike had a lot of influence. And the questions were, what was Spike Lee going to do next? And I believe there's another film sort of in between these two, I believe. But this one was his baby. This is the movie he wanted to make. And it took a very long time to gather the funding to actually put it out there. But once he got it, you know what? If you ain't watched it, you need to watch it because it's one of the movies.
It's one of the better movies you'll ever see in your life. And it has nothing to do with whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're whatever color you are. It's about the human experience. And it's telling you the story. It's telling you the story of what this human, under the circumstances during that time, experienced and how he evolved from his perspective here in the United States and what he went through, which was hell, and how he edged off those little. He rubbed off those edges and learned that this was just my experience here. However, the rest of the world, people go through this, and this is who they are, and they are all kinds of different shades. And that's the beautiful thing. That's the most important thing I can take from this movie is how he evolved. And I'm a different man because of this movie. I was a lot like a young Malcolm X, very much like him. And my experiences, on its face would make me hate somebody that was white. But because of my experiences, I got to go out and about in the world and meet different people and see that everybody ain't the same because they don't look like me. And I had to learn that. And that's why it's important to me to have this review, man. I think in a lot of ways we are all Malcolm X, or we all need to try to be Malcolm X, besides what the media portrays him to be, man. What a hell of a guy, man. What a hell of a guy.
Something that always irritates me, and it's not like I'm hating on the dude, but to have, Tyler Perry to be able to, capitalize off the Madea bullshit, to be able to open a studio to now create whatever he wants to create, it just irritates me that Spike Lee wasn't able to monetize like that, to open a studio like that, to produce more of the movies that he puts out, because Spike Lee's movies always have some kind of social commentary, some sort of historical relevance.
I think you just answered your own question.
So none of that is something that the money wants to promote. It's other than put on a dress and act like some grandma, they'll get behind that full force.
It's exactly what you imagine it would be. Any kind of buffoonery, they'll put all the money in the world behind it.
It's exactly, you answer your own question, dog. Like, because Spike Lee goes off, he his movies very specific. Like, man, I think each and every one of his films has a very specific moral compass, and you can see it develop throughout, the arc of the film and finish. Each and every one, including 25th Hour, including they all do, right? So, and 25th Hour isn't even really a Spike Lee joint, but it wound up becoming one.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's him. He's kind of trying to say something with his art, which is really what any and every true artist should be doing, right? Like, you should be trying to say something. When somebody paints a picture, it might not really just be of like the thing in front, like the image on that canvas. It may also, and hopefully is, trying to convey a feeling or an additional message for that viewer to take in and maybe understand over time, if not immediately. But that's just Spike. Unfortunately, yeah, you're right. Tyler Perry ain't trying to say shit or really do shit. He's just there making money and in position of power. You could say similar things. You can say similar things about Ice Cube as well. Ice Cube has gone. He's taken his money and figured a way to build his own studio and produce his own movies for his own purposes. And what's interesting is, much like Spike Lee, his first foray into films, his first few films, even though the messaging wasn't strong, there was still some level of moral compass with respect to what Ice-T was trying to, Ice Cube, pardon me, was trying to, portray, whether that was just family values, whether that was, Black community stuff, right? Like, he at the very least attempts to do it. It's just, I think we're at a plateau where maybe he doesn't have the money to do that stuff any longer. I really haven't seen much come out of Ice Cube's studio as of late over the last, maybe 7 years.
Well, he the big three that cost a lot.
There you go. So he is doing something a little bit different, and that's where the money's going. But
there's many more Black directors, executives that try to produce a lot of films, not to mention, people like Bill Duke, people like Mario Van Peebles, his father. There's all kinds of people that have been trying to do this shit for a long time. And, depending on who you are, you might have favor with this person, that person that helped push it through. You might not. But the truth is, man, some of the stuff needs to be said. Let me speak to Quato right quick. Thank you for coming here, Quato. I'm just going to read this and I'm going to respond to it mildly. He says, "You're a good guy, no man. I don't know why BCP Shorty has a problem with you. I don't know either. I don't know. But all I know is thank you for, for supporting. You know what I mean, Quato. But I don't pay no attention to that kind of thing, man. What he eats don't make me shit, and vice versa. So it just,
he was probably just on that catnip. It wasn't nothing personal.
Yeah, I don't know about all that, man. But I just don't fool. When I don't fool with you, I don't make no funny stuff about it. I'm not gonna act like I like you. I just don't fuck with you. That's just the way it is. And maybe he's kind of feeling that a little bit, but it doesn't matter. We gotta do a record review. And this is gonna be a good one. And I hope we got time to really finish this off. But I heard you say some shit before, but we're gonna see how you feel about this one. Life After Death, man. Notorious B.I.G. Some people might say this is his most prolific record that he ever made. Some people might say it's the first one. Some people say this is this record is more commercial than the first one was. I don't know, but I know this is a dope ass record that I can still get into like I did the first time I heard it.
Now, excuse me, but before you go, kids, the album, The Notorious Big, Life After Death, and that the track list is Life After Death intro, Somebody's Gotta Die explicit, Hypnotize, Kick in the Door 2014 remastered version, Fuck You Tonight classic, Last Day, I Love the Dough, What's Beef, BIG interlude, More Money, More Problems, Ninjas Bleed, I Got a Story to Tell, Notorious Thugs, Miss You, another, Going Back to Cali, 10 Crack Commandments, Player Hater, Nasty Boy, Sky's the Limit, The World is Filled, My Downfall, Long Kiss Goodnight, and You're Nobody Till Somebody Unalives You. Go ahead, kid.
True Pilgrim here sound a little bit like yours truly, bro. On this one,
I know you were gonna go there, but that's why I did it.
There's stuff in this album that I truly like. This is like the height of commercial rap era for me, and a lot of at that point, I really moved away from the more obvious, the hot 97 rap. I kind of moved away from. Like I just put it like that. This album was a very clear and obvious commercial success, but it was also a clear and obvious commercial effort with which I have little to nothing to relate to. For me, this album was a very large departure from that young Jamaican kid who.
True Pilgrim. By the way, kids, True Pilgrim is in here tearing this shit up. This one, late 90s was when hip hop started going downhill.
Downhill, bro.
Yeah.
You're right there with me, bro. That's exactly. I feel exactly the same as you. For me, I Hypnotized is a little bit different, like as a song. I love that song because it's written different than most hip hop songs, and I'll try to break some of that down in a minute. For me, this was a departure from that young, bright-eyed, Jamaican youth who was very like, this kid in my opinion is, again, has a very similar upbringing as I do, and I could feel that and relate to it in full capacity on album number 1, right? Born to Die. That album for me resonates very closely with the person that I am. Once we get to this level, this is a whole other guy. No longer that look ma, I made it, young kid anymore. This guy, this is a whole different thing. This is a persona that he's now. This is Frank White.
Right. This dude ain't eating at the Waffle House.
No, this is Frank White. This ain't Biggie Smalls anymore. Right. And that's sort of where I kind of depart on this, but I'll get into the song Hypnotize. As a song, I don't like this album a lot, but as a song, Hypnotize it kind of holds a special place in my heart because of the way that it's written, and it's sort of written like, how do I explain? It's written with what they call iambic pentameter, and iambic pentameter is sort of it's a syllabalistic way to create poetry. And in doing so, the syllables in this song kind of bounce off the rhythm of the beat within the song. And I'm kind of trying to just like speak in a rhythmic way. And that's That's how this song it flows. Like there's only certain rappers in the history of rap that can do this or have attempted to do this, and Hypnotize is almost a perfect, a perfect iambic pentameter written rap that again you just don't see from most MCs. I'll try to like there's only a few guys who can even, like Slick Rick kind of does it. Rakim does it on a few songs. Mos Def has done it on a couple of songs.
Mad Skills.
Can I interject here?
No.
Can I interject here, kids?
Yeah, sure.
Because you're going the long way around of saying that the truth is Puffy did try to make this the most commercial album for him. You know, the lyrics were done and probably most of the music was done before he died. You know what I mean? But how this was marketed was to really take it and go mainstream with it and use it in a way that he used it. Now, I'm gonna tell you the greatness of Biggie. Even though I guarantee you, if he was still here and he had something to say about how this record was produced and how it all came about, he wouldn't have. I'd just say 30 to 40% of what was in this record, production wise, he probably wouldn't have been with.
Yeah,
but I think what's great about Big is lyrically, he owned it like no other. Lyrically, he just destroyed whatever was put in front of him. He owned it. Like even the songs that I care less for, I listen to it lyrically, and I'm just like, man, nobody else really could have done that like that. You know what I mean? Like Sky's the Limit is a weak ass song to me. It's a terrible song. And I know he probably wouldn't have been with it, but he did it because that was his contractual obligation. It was a terrible fucking song. But Puffy had to get that sample in there. And he owned it lyrically the best way he could. But there's other records in there when he's talking about, scheming on a player from the New York Knicks that lyrically was the bomb, bro. I can't think of the name of that song right off the top of my head, but
I got a story to tell.
That shit was dope. That shit was dope. How he did that lyrically and put that story together, you felt like you were there.
This album, I like 5, maybe 6 songs of it, but overall, it's like, damn, these tracks are whack. And it seems as though, not to be a conspiracy theorist or anything, but at the time, it seems as though Big was starting not to pause in advance, but wasn't starting to feel Puffy like that no more. And that's, right before, the trip to Cali that Big never returned from. So, would anybody really put, something like that past, Puff, knowing the kind of character he is? I wouldn't. And so it seems as though this album here was like a precursor to Puff cashing in and milking the cow for the rest that it's worth before the cow could leave him.
Look, there was a bunch of shit going on, right? There was a bunch of shit going on. True Pilgrim. I also feel the same way about Nas's second album too, almost identical. That commercial era really rubbed me the wrong way and pushed me so deep into like backpacker underground rap, and that's kind of where I lived for a little bit. Now and Southern rap and some West Coast shit. That was true, real West Coast. I did not really have an appreciation for East Coast stuff. That was kind of trying to be West Coast. I just lost my shit. That being said, a lot of things were going on. There was a lot of flirting with Un Rivera. If you guys remember that name, rest in peace, Un Rivera. Un Rivera was a guy who was doing, he was producing a couple of groups. The one artist that I can remember off the top of my head was Charlie Baltimore, who Biggie was also dating in some capacity too during this period of time.
His company was Undies.
It was what?
Undies. So
Undies?
he was a side piece to Biggie. Biggie was slowly ginning up the artists that he wanted to put out. You know, Charlie Baltimore and some of these other little C's were coming up under Undies Entertainment.
I didn't remember that being the name, but it was like
Look it up.
something.
Look
Yeah,
it up.
it was on something. Like I'm not gonna argue with what it was, but yeah, like so Un had a bunch of lower artists that were directly related to Biggie, and Biggie would do tracks with them. And those tracks had fuck all to do with Puffy, and it was pissing him off. There was also an eventual link up with Jay-Z. There was also an eventual link up with Jay-Z, like where Jay-Z winds up dating Charlie Baltimore and winds up unaliving on Rivera. That's a whole thing. All right.
No, Un is still alive.
Say what?
He's still alive.
Are you sure?
Yeah. If he died, he just died in the last couple of years because of health or something, but he's been around.
Really? So
his name is Lance Rivera.
Lance Rivera, yeah. What, he lived?
Yeah, man. You thinking about something completely different. And you waxing poetic about it. You thinking about some whole other shit. He's still around unless he just passed in the last couple of years. He's done some pretty good interviews about that whole era too. He did some on Vlad TV. He did some on he might be gone now.
Okay. I thought, sorry, my bad. Oh, interesting. Okay, my bad. I thought he had passed with the whole nightclub thing. I didn't think he survived that.
I think you got that confused with some of the Steve Stout stuff.
Maybe. I did not think that he made it out of that nightclub.
Nah.
I mean,
apparently he made it out the nightclub, because really, like, what's weird is that this incident occurs and Un Records kind of just
disappears.
That's just the power of Puff.
Well, Puffy's one part, but Jay-Z's the other.
He didn't have no juice. They had Rockefeller wasn't even a thought in somebody's daddy's nutsack at that time.
No, it was him and Jaz-O then, wasn't it?
So when I say what happened in the nightclub, do you know what I'm talking about?
The one with Shine?
No.
You talking about the Steve Stout incident. You got the wrong executive, bro.
No. So the way that this apparently shakes out, here's how I say it. Allegedly. Thanks, Scrolls. Like, Scrolls has been telling me to use allegedly for the longest time. I'm just going to say it this time. So allegedly, a certain Mr. Z juxed, we'll use the Jamaican term, Un Rivera in the club. And there was an ongoing lawsuit about it, and there's also a rap about this. Like, that there's a Jay-Z rhyme about this. It had a lot to do with, again, Charlie Baltimore and Jay-Z dating her at the time. Apparently, Jay-Z has sort of come out more recently saying that maybe Jay-Z didn't personally commit this juxing, for lack of a better word.
You're talking about Steve Stout, man.
No.
I promise you that's the Steve Stout story.
Mm-mm.
That involves Jay-Z and poking people with knives. That's Steve Stout.
No.
All right.
Like I'm not saying that may not have also happened with Steve Stout. I'm not familiar. You know what I mean? I'm not familiar, but what I can tell you is that, you know, and I'm looking at it just for verification purposes on ChatGPT. ChatGPT is telling me, you know, well-known 1999 nightclubs juxing incident involving a certain Mr. Z and on Rivera, right? So that's what I'm talking about. This is sort of
True Pilgrim saying Steve Stout got hit over the head with a bottle.
with a bottle.
There's
That was
another
a different club incident.
And wasn't that Puffy?
There's
Or was it
another
Jay?
incident that happened with a guy, a Haitian guy, not Haitian Jack, but another guy, but he's doing like 30 something, 40 something years in prison right now. I can't think of his name right now. I can't think of what is his name? But there's a lot of those slimy guys involved in all this, man. And it's stuff
Anyways, let's get
back
off
to the
that
record, man.
You know what I'm saying? Get back to the record. So, long story short, there was a lot of Jay-Z was flirting with a lot of other artists that were not under Bad Boy. You know, just to boil it down, there was a lot of other artists collaboration and speculation that he was going to jump ship and create a super group, which included Jay-Z. That never materialized, right? So these are the conversations that we're sort of having that were happening in and around this time and this album, which led to potential speculation that B.I.G. might not be directly related or directly producing music for Bad Boy in the near future. And unfortunately, if you look at the just the scope of what was happening at that time under Bad Boy, there was Craig Mack, who was making great money for Puffy, but Puffy was not promoting him in any capacity or paying him. So that wasn't going to continue on, that relationship. There wasn't a Mace. Mace sort of popped up just after this album, right? There really wasn't anything with respect to Bad Boy other than Mary J.
Yeah, there was no stable.
You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of going through it. The stable didn't really exist at this point. So where was Puffy gonna make money if Biggie disappeared? Puffy's cooked, right? So it's just sort of an interesting look at this time frame. And again, unfortunately, it does point. Yeah, Puffy did do Craig Mack dirty, and rest in peace to Craig Mack, man.
Sticking to the review of the record, though.
Yeah.
Lyrically, I listen to the first record. I listen to them both all the time now, and I'm telling you, in the dynamics of lyrical content, he literally got better during the second album. And you might not have liked the tracks that were selected for this record, but man, that guy he got more potent. Yeah, I'm telling you, lyrically, he was better. And just, it's like the first record, he was, okay, I think I'm all that. The second record was I'm all that, and it came out lyrically. Another thing to note about this record, there was one collab outside. Wait a minute, is that the first record or the second? No, that was the first record when he did Method Man.
So this is Bone and Biggie. I think there's two collabs on this album.
Yeah, it's the first record when he only had one collab, and that was with Method Man.
I think there's more. Yeah, I think there's more than one on this album. So definitely Bone and Biggie.
The Bone and Biggie record.
I got the
count. You didn't know that Big can spit like that with that rapid fire style. You didn't know that until he did it. That's another thing that made the record a little different, was the fact that he was, hold up, you can hang with them, and he tore their ass up. In my opinion, man, that shit was dope. And I ain't talking about the track. I'm just talking about how he made sure he elevated and he just overcame whatever their lyrics were. He just whooped their ass lyrically.
Yeah. Not to say the more obvious thing. I'm not sure that was a hard thing for Biggie to do. Biggie's a lyrical guy, and like I'm saying, what he does on Hypnotizers, I think very overlooked. In my opinion, it's a very special rap, man, from front to back. But the rest of this album, I can totally live without. There's not a lot on this album for me. Definitely not my favorite Biggie album. I love the first one so much. It's a timepiece for me, and I can relate to the person, like right down to, Miss Wallace. I can relate to it. Like, it's funny. So, like my stepsister's last name is Wallace. Like, it's so, for me, this guy and me have a lot of relatable things. But once this album came out and I made my way through it, I was like, this is not my
Meh.
You know what I mean? This is just not for me, man. This is for the bullshit of the world. To
Party and bullshit.
you know what I'm saying?
Bullshit.
That's more what it is. Like, here's a general microcosm of what we think that the world should think. What here's what we think the world should think hip hop actually is, and here you go. And what that was in that era, that year, was a whole lot of things that kind of just sounded, looked, and smelt and felt exactly the same.
Well, last thing I would say about this record, and this should round off the conversation a little bit. I think we were in two contrasting worlds. I think we were in the world and in the mind of a street rapper that's truly, truly, and bluely hip hop versus somebody that's trying to climb the corporate ladder and trying to do anything that he could to bring it up a notch as far as his corporate access was concerned. That's Puffy. Puffy was trying to climb the ladder socially and administratively. He's trying to get to the top. And Biggie was just his muse kind of. And in hindsight, it's easy to say that, but during the time, I was just, people just wanted to hear that record. Now again, I would go back and say this one last time. It doesn't matter what Puffy was trying to do and how that record came across to a lot of people. Lyrically, he bossed this shit. I mean, when I tell you he bossed it, that's why he's getting, the title as the greatest or one of the greatest. It's because of some of the stuff we're talking about tonight. He's a street rapper with street content, with a guy that wanted to be in shiny suits and doing all the dancing and just bullshitting around on screen. And Biggie just was like, man, come on, man. No, that's not me. So he, during the time of his transition, he knew that's where it was going to have to go for him. And he knew to start making other plans. And there's all kinds of stories out there of what he was doing. Some of the Lance, Rivera conversation was part of that. Some of the stuff that Charlie Baltimore talks about, Lil' Kim, C's, all of them tell the same stories. Even to me, some of the better tracks on this record was from Easy Mo B, who made the first record jump, in my opinion.
But Easy Mo B also produced Flavor in Your Ear. He produced a lot of dope stuff at that, in and around that time frame. But you just have to, you have to recognize that Biggie was no idiot, and he was walking around watching what Puffy was doing to Craig Mack, and kind of did not want anything along these lines to happen to him. Like, that's a big part of the catalyst that we're talking about. Here's your label mate blew up. His song is everywhere. He should be making money, and he can't hail a cab. Like, this is a problem. how do I avoid this situation? I don't know how I avoid this situation, right? And that's
Yeah. And it as a business person, I get it, but Puffy never had any dope rhymes. He couldn't do shit. Puffy never made any beats. Other people did that. But he would interject himself on the stuff to be in the spotlight. He would interject himself to be, oh, I am Bad Boy Records, and these are my people. These are my employees or property, if you will. And Big was like, he appreciated Puff for putting him on, but Big was maturing. He was developing as an artist, as a person, as a human being. Like Keds was saying, he, came from the streets and and know how Puffy was getting down and treating people, and so it just seems as though that Biggie was trying to spread his wings and fly away, and Puffy was like, "Nah, no, we can't have that."
He was a muse, man. He was a muse for Puffy, and it became clear and obvious, like that. The next record that came out of Bad Boy could have went, and I'm gonna end this right here so we can give a good close before 5 hours. But it was clear and obvious what the whole plan was in the first place. Big built him up to set Puff up, because that after this record and Big passed away, it should have been the next artist up. Instead of that, it became Puff and Puff only. And that was it. It was all a setup for him to be the star.
I wish I could argue with any of that. Like, I will say that Mace got a lot of shine. Mace and the Locks wrote a lot of his lyrics.
That wasn't the next record that came out.
No. That's why I said I can't argue with what you're saying, because the next album that came out was Puff Daddy's album. It was more.
And it sucked.
It was like
terrible,
horrible.
We're talking about Puff Daddy here. He's never been really actually a rapper in any capacity. Mind you, even in I can never remember the name of the song, but the first song with Biggie Smalls on it. Huh?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The first song for who?
I'll try to explain it to you. So the first Puff Daddy record was not a Bad Boy record.
Just remember, man, we only got a couple more minutes, man.
Don't worry, we'll finish it off here. The first record included Puff Daddy, a gentleman named Third Eye, Biggie Smalls, and Mary J. Blige, and Supercat, the reggae singer. That's the first. Yeah, that's Supercat. And
Dolly, my baby.
Is that the name of the song? It's not Dolly, my baby.
Yeah, but that is the song. That's not the name of it, though.
Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember what the name of this track is, but that's the first one. And on this track, Puff Daddy comes out and he busts a rap, and it is absolute garbage. And this is the first time he did it. And he kind of took a step back for the next maybe 2 years and didn't come out as an MC again after the reception that he received on everybody. You hear the song, it's like, yo, Biggie's killing it, Mary's killing it. Who's this Third Eye guy? Yeah, he's all right. He's doing and like Supercat's dope. But who's this guy? This guy sucks. Why is he on the song? And somehow, maybe 7 years later, he figures his way back onto an album with a whole different style. And the shiny suits apparently suited him and worked, because in the end, he had some level of music longevity, which I'm yet to understand. But such is commercial hip hop, I suppose.
All right, man. You know what? This is one for the ages, man. This record right here, I still love listening to it and evaluating what I heard to this day. I can turn it on right now and go from beginning to end and listen to each one of those tracks. Think about the producers that made those tracks. Think about the time and space that Biggie was in, Puffy was in, and why those tracks came about. You start thinking about some of the trends of the time and knowing what those were, like the record kids is just talking about the reggae record with Supercat. You know, that was a trend at the time. You know what I mean? And the way they were rapping on there, I might have missed something in that part, but that was some ridiculous. That shit was terrible, but he was right about that. But we got to get ready to close this out, man. I had a good time doing this show. A lot of stuff to talk about. There's some stuff we did not talk about on the show because we all got some big mouths and we like to get carried away. And so we missed some stuff on here. I'm sure we'll pick up the slack on the next Extra Sauce, but make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you hit the like button on all 3 channels. Share some of this content with your friends on Sports Chicago Style and on Kids of Canuck, and also on this channel, the Nomad Network. We would appreciate you doing that. We really would. And so let me kick it on over to Kids for some final thoughts before we get out of here.
Yeah, man. Thanks for kicking it with us tonight. The song I was talking about, strangely, was the Dolly My Baby remix. That's actually what it was, Trip. So thanks for that. Long story short, feel free to go check it out. Dope track. You'll hear Puffy rap. It does not sound like the Puffy you know, and you'll wish that he was not a part of this song either. That being said, back to the Bears. Can't wait to see what this offense shakes out as and what it looks like. I'm very excited by many different facets of this offense, and I've sort of resigned myself to worry much less about the defensive prowess, because in theory, if you can put up 21 points on a team early in a game, they ain't running the football. So now it's just a question of whether they're passing the football and whether our secondary can stop them. And I think we've got a super powerful secondary that can do just that. So I'm stoked. I don't know what happens with the damn, with the stadium. Your guess is as good as mine, but let's all continue to pull for Illinois, because maybe something might happen and a politician might, pull a rabbit out of a hat. Well, that trick never works. This time for sure.
Right.
Presto. Sorry, I went into the whole Rocky and Bullwinkle thing. But shout outs to all y'all in the chat. 18 Benjamin, True Pilgrim, Ice Cold Magician. Thanks for coming through. Who else is out there? AC Adam, Doctor was with us tonight. Smitty Q, man, be safe out there and enjoy the West Coast. Casey Bill, it's Crimson and Quatu, man. Thanks for coming back, Quatu. We love having you through here, even when we're not talking about Mars and Martians and aliens and stuff. Sometimes it's just football, fun, and doomsday. You never know what you get on a Wednesday, right? Oh, and Dante as well, and Paul Rodriguez. And Crooked Commish. Shout out to Crooked. Always good to have you. Shout out to the boys over at the clubhouse. And all that being said, give a like, share, subscribe, and as much love as you can. Leave a comment, if you will, at Kids of Canuck right here on YouTube. Do the same thing for my guy, Triple R, at Sports Chicago Style, as well as the Nomad Network. Give them some love. Give this show some love. We'll be back with you on Wednesday night again with more Extra Sauce. And we'll see you on Sunday with more Bear stuff on Nomad at Night. Trip.
Damn. Something that we didn't get to tonight that I forgot about was that peanut butter jelly sandwiches review. Maybe we do that on Sunday. But big up to everybody as we are now in almost mid-June. Mini camp. The camp will be wrapping up this week, and then the team will be on like a break for 6 weeks. But until then, there's a lot to look at, a lot to analyze or debate, and to look forward to, and be thankful that we have a few a-holes in the organization. In the name of Kevin Warren, the a-hole coach of the league, Ben Johnson. They hate him, we love him, and that's all good. So, Shout out to the Nomad Network. Shout out to Keds of Canuck and Sports Chicago Style, also known as Triple RSCS. Nomad.
Well, I just hope everybody came in here and got what they came in here for. You want a Bears conversation. I hope we dialed in the right way for you guys and gave you a little detail as to what this thing can be, especially offensively. I think we hit some right notes there. If you go back and listen to the show, and that part, and the food and the record review, the movie review, and everything that we covered tonight. I hope you were entertained, and I hope you had a good time spending your time here. And that's the whole point of doing the show, is so that you have an outlet and you got people that will pour into you, because we need a community to be able to exist, man. We need people like us out here to make shows like this, and so that people like Smitty that's riding this truck can have something to listen to for a nice little haul. Tonight he was chilling, enjoying Seattle and all that kind of stuff. But other times he's out there riding, and other people are, looking for a way to, cap the night. And, no matter where you are in this country or where you are across the world, I hope this show does what you needed to do, man. So hope you came here and got what you were looking for. We love you guys. Keep supporting the community. Keep supporting what we do. But I want to leave you guys with these famous words: love, peace, and hair grease, y'all.